All right, welcome everyone. I'm Peggy McColl, New York Times bestselling author and the Manifestation Mentor. And I'm delighted to see you here for this 4-hour training. This is a special training that we decided as a team at Dynamic Destinies to put together for you to take your life to a whole new level. It's called Author Squared, and it's called Author Squared for a reason. It's about taking quantum leaps. Now, here's what I want to ask you. This is an interactive event that we're doing here together. And what I mean by interactive is this. I'm going to ask you questions and I'd love for you to answer them in the chat box. And you will be able to ask me questions as well. I do have some training that we're going to get into in a few minutes. And what I suggest that you do is get a pen and paper and be ready to take notes. My suspicion is that you're going to be inspired. You'll be inspired with ideas, whether they're ideas that you're going to see here with the training that I'm delivering, or whether it's from one of our guest speakers or one of our graduates is going to share with you, or whatever it is, just get ready. You see, the mind works just like an umbrella. It works better when it's open. So open up your mind to possibilities, because what is this event all about? This event is all about you experiencing a quantum leap, you doing things that you've never done before, you creating results that you would absolutely love. So my first question to you is, how many of you that are on the call right now are already authors? You don't have to be here, but how many of you are already authors? Please type in the chat box on the right-hand side. There we go. Catherine, me. Nancy, me. Jennifer, yes. Robert, yes. Okay, I'm seeing them flash by on the screen. Okay, good. Steve Darr is here. All right, Steve, haven't seen you for a little while. Good to have you back. Okay, editing. Okay, at the moment, says Trine. Okay, perfect. I am, says Tammy, Deb, Rick, and Jerry, Lynn, Keith. I'm a golden writer. All right. What's a golden writer, Keith? Timone is here. I already wrote a book, but not published yet. Okay. John, I'm working on my book. Peter, soon. Okay, great. Paul, I'm working on my book. Okay, great. So whether you're already an author or not, these materials that we're talking about here and how we can serve you beyond here are available for anyone, even if the desire is there to be an author. But what I know from personal experience is that when you're an author, there's no limit to what you can create. There's no limit to what you can manifest in your life. And you can be manifesting many things, many amazing things, including making your book a bestseller, if that's something that you desire, or extending beyond the book where you're creating multiple sources of income. So that's what we're working on today. Okay, Laura Lee says it's on the list of her goals. Monica says not yet, but open to learn. I love that. Okay, great. Oh, thank you, Timone. She likes my scarf. I appreciate that. Okay, Sean, I want to write another book. Okay, perfect, Sean. So I can give you some tips on how to write the next book and have it be a very successful, not only launch, but how it can help you in your business as well. And okay, so that was my question. How many of you are already authors? And if you're not, that's okay. Thank you for responding to the question. The next question that I have for you is, what about the announcement that was placed, whether you're here because you saw the ad on Facebook, because we ran some ads for this, or whether you're on our email list, or whether you're part of our family of folks that connect on social media. But what about the announcement caused you to say, hey, I want to be there. I'm interested in investing my time, your precious time, to be there. What was it that drew you in, that caused you to want to be here? Please type that in the chat box as well. Okay, what to be an author? You, oh, thanks, John. That's very kind. Quantum Leap, says Jess. Okay, perfect. The Quantum Leap, says Neke. Okay, great. All right, they're going by my screen so fast. Thank you, Robert. You're so kind. Okay, got the email from you today. Asked myself, do I want to write? My gut says yes, and here I am. So Liv, you listen to your intuition, and you may find that this is definitely the way you want to go, because you'll see what's possible for you as we're going through this. The word author and the fact that you were doing it. Okay, great. Make a difference in my readers' lives, says Robert. I love that. Okay, great. Sean, Peggy talking about being an author is the best source to hear it from. Sean, I really appreciate you saying that. And here's a thought that I had this morning. is that, I'm an author of 19 books and been on the New York Times bestseller list, helped many other people get on the New York Times bestseller list. My books are translated into almost 40 languages and sold in over 100 countries. And I am not saying that to brag. Why I'm saying that is because I've also generated millions and millions of dollars in my life. And I came from nothing. I mean, I came from a very poor environment, uneducated, and I'm thinking if I can do this, anybody can do this. But I think back to when I first became an author, and this was a thought that I had this morning as we were getting ready to start this event. I didn't have anyone. There weren't other successful authors that were out there that were willing to share and guide and mentor and offer the help, except for one, and that was Mark Victor Hansen. Now, Mark Victor Hansen is someone that I've met back in the 90s, or pardon me, the 80s is when I met Mark. And Mark in the 90s came out with a book series that he co-created with his friend Jack Canfield. And the book series is called Chicken Soup for the Soul. And Chicken Soup for the Soul went on to be in the Guinness Book of World Records. Why? Because of the success. And so Mark, at that time, when I first became an author, started offering events called Mega Book Marketing. And he was teaching authors how to create success in their life. And I went to one of his seminars, thankfully, and I met so many amazing people and speakers that were talking about different aspects of success as an author. And I went to this event. It was a weekend event. It was held over 3 days, and there was a tuition to go to this event, and flew into Los Angeles. And I sat there like a sponge, taking it all in. But there was one speaker in particular that stood on stage that had such an impact on me, a realization that I didn't have prior to becoming an author. And here's what he said. He said, if you have completed your book and it's done, which mine was, my book was completed, and I'm sitting in this ballroom with hundreds of other authors in the room. I'm in the front row, and I love sitting in the front row because I don't want any distractions. I just want to take it all in. And the speaker was on stage, and he said, if you finished your book and it's out there in the world, 5% of your job is done. And I remember thinking, did I hear that right? I mean, I literally had the thought, did I hear that correctly? 5%? Because I knew it was, work to put this book together. And then he followed up by saying that it's your responsibility to bring your book out to the world, whether you do it through a publisher or self-publish your book. And nowadays, of course, self-publishing is a whole lot easier than what it was 20 years ago. But he said this, he said, the success of an author really comes down to the marketing. You must be a great marketer. You must market your book if you're looking to create success. And so when I heard that, I realized that was the ticket. The golden ticket is to learn how to effectively market. Now, back at that time, so we're going back 20 years. I was a single mom at the time with a young son that was at home. And I had zero desire to be vacant from my son's life. In other words, I didn't have a desire to go do a multi-city book tour and to be, going on national media and going on the Today Show. I didn't have that desire. Here's what the desire was: to make a positive contribution to the lives of others and do it from the comfort of my home. That's what I really wanted to do. And when I wanted to travel, I chose to travel, but not feeling like I had to travel. And you know what I discovered? That we've got this wonderful thing, and you and I are now connected this way right now, called the internet. There's 4 billion people online now. 4 billion people. Now, there weren't 4 billion back there, but there was quite a few, and it just continued to grow and grow and grow. So what I decided to specialize in and to really focus my attention was learning how to effectively market on the internet, because that allowed me to accomplish the objective that I set for myself, to make that positive contribution in the world and to take care of my priority in my life, which is my family, to be that mom, to be taking care of my son in a way that was very loving and very present in that experience. And that's when everything changed for me in my business and in my life. And my desire is that everything can positively change for you. In my heart is to help you. I feel it's my reason for being, a raison d'être, as the French would say. And so That's what I'm here to do. So the fact that you trusted me enough to be here today, to invest the time with me today, says a lot about who you are. There's a desire there. And desire is really the starting point for all success, whether it's riches, abundance, book success, whatever it is, you must have the desire. And if you didn't have the desire, you certainly wouldn't be here. So, okay, so some of the reasons are you like your energy, says Trine, and the timing was perfect. Yeah, it's like that expression, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. Keys to be a successful author, says Bertrand. Absolutely. Joanne, New York Times bestseller is Joanne's objective. Definitely, I can help you with that. All right, I want to learn as much as possible for success, says Tessia. Oh, I love you, Tessia. You're so committed. I love your commitment to success as well, because the truth is, that what we're talking about here is we're talking about creating success as an author, but essentially what I'm talking about is creating success in any area of your life. So what do I suggest that you do? Lean in and really listen. This is about you. It's about what's possible for you. That's why I encourage you to take notes. I'm going to encourage you to take action as well. Can we help you beyond these 4 hours? Absolutely, we can help you beyond these 4 hours. We'll talk about that a little bit more as we get into our training today. Now, I did invite one of my graduates, one of my clients that I've been blessed to work with. This is a lovely lady that I met. I'm not even sure how long ago it was that I met her. And I'm just going to check. There she is. Okay, so I am going to I'm going to add Ursula Pearl. There she is, to our spotlight. Now, the reason I want to bring in Ursula right now is because Ursula is a graduate of the Complete Author Program, but not only is she a graduate, she's someone who not only wrote her book, but she published her book, brought it out to the world, self-published her book, and now everything in her life has changed just so much in the last year. So Ursula, would you be willing to share with everyone what has happened since you've become an author, and what kind of opportunities have opened up for you, and how have you taken advantage of those opportunities? And thank you for being here. By the way.
Oh, thank you for having me. Hi, Peggy. Hi, everyone. Yeah, I'm Ursula Perl, and I want to say one of the things I did last year was to enroll, of course, in Peggy's author program, and since then it's really been one success after the other. In February this year, I became an international best-selling author of my first book. It's called Live the Upway. Seven ways to live the happy life you deserve. And I really followed Peggy's instructions step by step. And even though English is not my first language, as you might hear, it was really easy for me to understand and implement everything. And even if something wasn't clear, I could always ask Peggy. Thank you so much, and her fantastic team. And I must also note here, thank you for the extreme fast answers from Peggy's team. They are amazing. And yeah, after my book release, I was also in many, or I think rather all of Peggy's programs, and the Complete Author Program and the Skipping Levels. This is amazing program. The Destiny the Destiny Coach program, the Savvy Proven Success Principles, and so on. And I learned very, very quickly that you can also create other sources of income around the book. This was very important. And as Peggy also teaches over and over again, sorry, it is very important to break out of your comfort zone and stretch yourself. So I built my own brand, and I published videos and posts, and I was on podcasts and live radio shows like Movie Reviews and More, Live from Beverly Hills, and many, many more. And just like Peggy always recommends and teaches, for example, in Skipping Levels, I integrated my thinking time into my everyday life. And being a good and well-behaved student of Peggy's, I implemented this thinking time to my daily disciplines and came up with a really, really great business idea Peggy know it. And I created as a meditation and mindfulness coach next to my author career. I have this business idea of meditation and book, and how we can bring this profound content of your books into the subconscious mind of the readers. And
Amazing.
this, yes, and this is exclusively with Hesmark Publishing, and we are doing it now. And yeah, we also want to add value for the authors, not only for the readers, for the authors too.
Yes.
And I know that writing a book isn't enough these days. It's so
True.
much more. You have to know the right strategies for book sales, the marketing, branding. Peggy mentioned it before. But also to deliver this personal touch to the readers with your book. And readers always want more than the book. They want some extras with the book, some free giveaways, and yeah. And what want authors? They want more sources of income.
Right.
And
Yeah.
yeah, and this was my idea, what popped up in my mind after after I finished skipping levels. Yeah, the thinking time to create something new around your book. And it's really a perfect other source of income besides the book sales. It could be a lead magnet, it could be a bonus, it could be a free giveaway. It's good for your branding identity, and the most important thing, it stays in the mind of the readers, your book, because they can hear it over and over again and see it over and over again, because it's not only a MP3, it's MP4 too. Yeah. So yeah, this is my Peggy journey, and I enjoy the journey. I still enjoy the journey, you know it, Peggy.
Well, it's, what's fascinating is, and like we're hearing Ursula. I mean, Ursula is obviously somebody very much like me, invests in herself, right? She's making a choice to invest in herself. And I really believe it's the best investment you can make. But it's not about just investing yourself. It's really about, it's really about expanding that. Sorry, I'm doing two things at once. I see that we need to expand our capacity for our meeting right now. And so I'm just going to add on, there we go. There, I'm going to add on capacity. So I didn't realize that the Zoom room had, the capacity had gone back to, I guess, the original setting. And so there's some people, I noticed there's 100 people on the call right now, and there's people that haven't been able to get in. So Ursula, I'm doing two things at once, which we can do.
No
right?
problem.
Multitasker. Yes, I couldn't get on, says Sarah. Yeah, I saw your message, Sarah. So I've just expanded that. So it's already done. So more and more people will be able to join. So if, there we go. Now we've got more people coming in the room right now. Okay, Roddy, that I sent Roddy a message. Yeah, exactly. Sorry about that. I assumed it was already fine, but it wasn't. Anyways, it just shows to go, you got to be flexible, right, Ursula? And
exactly. Always.
Yeah. One of the things that I notice about you, and I want everyone to understand this, this is a kind of like a lesson, if you will. Ursula, the thing that I've noticed about you is your attitude is always really positive. It's always really good. And even though, and as well as anyone else, there's challenges, right? Being an author, and there may be experiences that you have called disappointment, but you got to move past them as fast as humanly possible and get away from that energy. Because if you're in the energy of disappointment, if you're in the energy of this isn't working, if you're in the energy of, whatever, it's sabotaging any kind of results. And that's something I've noticed about you is a very wonderful blessing, is that you don't stay there. You may go there, but you don't stay there. And I think it's really important that too, when I was looking at the comments on the right-hand side of why people are joining us here today and what their desires are, what I know to be true is, like, we're here talking about authors and author success, but we're also talking about success in any area of your life, any area, every area of your life, relationships, your finances, your health, how you feel about yourself. It really does apply to all of that. And what I've observed as a mentor for Ursula is also in private mentoring with me. But what I've also noticed about Ursula is that she follows through, right? And I've watched her almost like a flower unfold. and
Oh,
seeing her do things like before I met you, you didn't have a book out there in the world. You didn't have the presence online that you have. You didn't have all those meditations out there. You weren't doing book meditations for other people, and you quit your job, right?
oh yeah.
That's something else. So Ursula has left her employment to do what she's doing now. Now, let me ask you this. Was there some aspect of that that was a little bit scary?
Yes, it was. It was extremely scary. I was 22 years in the same company, so this was a huge habit, and I was used to do the 9 to 5 job. It was really the first 2 nights. It was extremely difficult for me to handle this. And now after the 2 days, I said, oh, come on, you teaching this, you are a destiny coach, you are in skipping levels, you stretch yourself, you have to go on, and this is the new path you take, and everything's perfect. And I love my life. Really, I enjoy what I'm doing, and I like to inspire and help people. Yeah.
Amazing.
Thank you, Peggy. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. Well, good for you, Ursula. And, I love that you're so committed. You're in skipping levels, which is about taking your life to a quantum leap. So would you say that in the last year, you've experienced the quantum leap?
more than one leap. A lot of leaps. Yeah, the book was the really first start of all, and then it goes on and on and on. And I couldn't imagine to quit the job and be on myself and do so many things, so many inspiring things, and so many new things. And there's so much blessing in this job. And when you read something from other people, or it's amazing. It's a journey, and really enjoy this journey. Sometimes we think this journey is hard and we are disappointed or we don't know what to do because it's new, but really enjoy it when it's over. And when the book journey is over, you are okay, what's now? You stretched yourself so huge, and this is this journey is so amazing. Not the end, really. The journey is this amazing.
That's so true. I have goosebumps as you say that. And it doesn't have to be difficult either, right? Like now you know how to inject fun into everything that you do, and the enthusiasm as well. And so the experience can be a very enlightening, invigorating experience as well. I love what Ursula, one of our other Destiny coaches, there's a few of them on the call right now, but one of our other very cherished members is Nikki, who's on the call. And I had a confidential call yesterday with Nikki. I can't talk about her book yet, but the world will know about it. But here's what Nikki wrote in the chat box, Ursula. She wrote, brave, committed move. And that's really what it is. You're brave. Everyone has it, though. Everyone has the ability. One of the other things that I've noticed from other authors, and I experienced this before I wrote my first book, is who would want to read my stuff anyways, right? Did you have any of those limiting beliefs before you made the decision to write Live the Up Way?
Absolutely. I had it all. And sometimes I really thought, what am I doing here? I have this life, 22 years in the same company. Everything's fine. I'm earning enough money for my life. What am I doing? Now I know this decision was the decision of my life.
Beautiful. I can totally relate to that. Like if you ask me what's the best decision that you made in your career, like I could talk about personally, but in my career, it would be to be an author. Yeah. And not just any author, but to choose to be a successful author, because it's the most rewarding. It's incredibly rewarding experience to do that. Also, I love how clever the title of your book is. Can you hold your book up again for a moment, please? Live the Up Way. Now, Ursula's last name is Pearl. UP are her initials, right? Live the Up Way. What a brilliant, brilliant title.
Yeah.
It makes a difference, the title of the book as well.
Yeah. This is my way, and this was my way, and I think I could write I could write another one when I think about skipping levels and destiny coach.
Totally. Well, that's the thing
The
that
upway
occurs.
is longer, it's expanding.
Yes, absolutely. Well, the thing that occurs, like I'm sitting here today and we're at June 17th, 2021. If you had told me 20 years ago that 20 years from now you're going to have 19 books and all the other success, I probably wouldn't have believed it, not because I didn't think it was possible, but I didn't think about writing another book and another book and another book and another book. And that's what happens when authors become authors. Like Sean had mentioned earlier that he's considering writing another book, and that happens. Muriel, who's written a book, maybe thinking about writing another book. Like it's almost like a disease, that you get. Like,
and it's so wonderful when the readers are writing you emails or on messengers.
So
when do you write your next book? And this is, you did the right thing, and you made for you the difference and for others. And this is amazing feeling.
So true. All right. Well, thank you so much, Ursula, for being here. I really
thank you
appreciate the time.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Great stuff. Okay, we have a question that floated by the little chat box on the right-hand side that I want to address right now. And the question was, Termine had asked the question about my first book. This is my first book. It's called On Being the Creator of Your Destiny. I did self-publish this book. I've self-published a number of my books, and I have a number of publishers as well. I did this book in a really nice cover with gold embossed, nice font or nice paper inside. And so when I published this book, as I mentioned earlier, I was in a place called ignorance. Now, how many of you have heard the term ignorance is bliss? Have you heard that term before? Yes. Okay. Well, it's not bliss. It's not bliss when you don't know. Ignorance means not knowing. It's not rude. Ignorance really means not knowing. And why I mention that is it's important that you know how to effectively market your book. And it's important that you know what's possible for you as an author, whether you're thinking about writing a book or whether you've written a book. Now, it's also important to know which road should I take. And that obviously depends on where do you want to go. It's like in the movie Alice in Wonderland. She finds herself at this point in the road where she's not sure which way to go. And there's a Cheshire cat in the tree. And she says to him, like, which road should I take? And he said, well, it depends. Where do you want to go? And she says, well, I don't know. And he said, it doesn't matter which road you take. And, a lot of authors, when they choose to write a book, they'll write it for a reason. They'll write it maybe just as a passion, maybe they've always loved writing. I didn't, maybe they're good at writing. I wasn't, and still am not. I wouldn't consider myself a great writer. I think I've become a better writer. But the truth is, and Ursula said this as well, English is not her first language. She lives in Vienna. Right? She lives in Vienna, Austria. English isn't her first language. However, she's written a book in English, published a book in English, has all these programs and products and other offerings that are available in English. And so it doesn't matter where you are. The thing that stops people from really getting out there and making a difference in the world is their own limiting beliefs. And I'm here to help you get past those, to take those limiting beliefs and throw them right where they belong, in the trash can, because they don't serve you. They're never going to serve you. And nothing's going to change unless you change what's going on in your consciousness. And I'm not saying that everything that's going on in your consciousness, the way that you're thinking, is bad or wrong or incorrect or invalid. It just is what it is. But I do know this. You manifest based on what you believe is possible for you. This morning, Ursula and I were actually on a call. She is a private mentoring client of mine. And if you're interested in that, you can meet with Vladdy or Mick, and they can talk to you about what's possible. And Roddy will put a link in there. But this morning, Ursula had sent me a message, or we're on the phone together, not a message. And she said that she really loved the email that she received this morning that landed in her inbox, because she's a member. You see, Ursula is in every program that I have. So she is a Destiny coach. She's also in Skipping Levels, because all of our Destiny coaches become a member of Skipping Levels, which is my 6-month intense quantum leap program. And so she said to me this morning when we were on our call together, she said she loved the message that she got this morning. Every day Every day we send our Skipping Levels members messages, and they're designed to empower them. But here's what today's was, and Ursula brought it to my attention a little earlier. Here's what today's message was. It's a quote by James Allen, who's a philosopher, who was a great philosopher, who wrote a book, As a Man Thinketh. You're probably aware of that book. I have that book right here on my shelf. As a Man Thinketh. It's a very small book, but a very powerful book. Here's what he said. You are today where your thoughts have brought you. You are today where your thoughts have brought you. I'm here today where my thoughts have brought me. Now, obviously, I've had really empowering, positive thoughts. I decided years ago to be a New York Times best-selling author. That was a decision I made. All of my thoughts had to be in alignment with that outcome in order to produce that outcome. Did I produce that outcome? I sure did, with this wonderful book that was published by Hay House called Your Destiny Switch. Now, why I'm mentioning this is I want you to understand just how important it is, how essential it is for you to have the right mindset. You must have the right mindset for success. So James Allen said, you are where you are today because that's where your thoughts have brought you. And you will be tomorrow where your thoughts take you. So think about that right now. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this quote. I'm going to paste it in the chat box because what I suggest that you all do is write this down and really think about it. Think about what these words mean, what they mean to you. And of course, what this would do, I would assume this would do, is invite you to give your focused attention to what you're thinking about and what you're focused on today. Because what you're focused on today, what you're thinking about today is going to determine your tomorrows. And the great news is you can choose to think different thoughts. So could you just decide right here, right now, that you're going to be a wildly successful author, a New York Times bestselling author? Would you love to have your books published in multiple languages and sold all over the world? Would you love to be earning millions and millions of dollars? Would you love to be receiving royalty checks or automatic deposits that go right into your bank account? Yes, absolutely. Okay, great. Yes. Perfect. Okay, good. Yes. Okay, I love that. Okay. Well, you can have it, but you got to own that right now. You got to own it in your heart. You start telling yourself, this is who you are. In my drawer here, I have a dog bone. Now, I don't chew on it or use it as a little snack for part of the day, but I have it here because of this. I wrote a book called Be a Dog with a Bone. Now, I'm not here to promote my books, by the way, but anyways, it's messages in here. You see, when I first wrote this book on being the creator of your destiny, I realized that, and then I started to get traction out there by learning how to effectively market online. And then I started selling, thousands and thousands of my books. I realized that in order to produce the results, you have to be a dog with a bone. So what I did was I went to the pet store and I bought one of these large rawhide dog bones. And then I wrote on this, I'm so happy and grateful that I am a New York Times bestselling author. And then I held on tight, just like a dog would do. Like if I gave this rawhide dog bone to my dog, Jojo, and he grabbed a hold of it, I am quite sure in order to take it away, I'd probably be dragging him around the room, right? Because they grab a hold and they don't let go. That's what I suggest you do with your goals. Grab a hold of it and don't let go. Don't let anyone take your dream away from you. And certainly don't drop it either. You do not want to drop your dreams. Now, what causes people to let go of their dreams? Old negative beliefs, also known as paradigms. Paradigms are going to hold you back. Negative, destructive paradigms. I had a truckload of them. I can talk to you all day long about paradigms, thinking about where I came from, being abused as a child, being miserable, not wanting to live, like as I wrote about in my 19th book, Savvy Wisdom. I mean, this book is a parable. It's written as a fiction book, but it's about a young girl who went to a park one day because she wanted to kill herself. That was me. That was me. Now, I don't feel like that. I don't have those thoughts anymore, but that's how deep and dark, like, I don't know how much lower you can go other than following through with the act. And I didn't follow through with the act, or I wouldn't be sitting here telling you about that right now. But I just want you to know the transformation occurred because of what Ursula did. Not because of what Ursula did for me, but what Ursula did was what I did. I chose to commit and to invest in myself, I chose to make this my lifetime study. And it's not just, a passive study or a once in a while, let's get on a webinar kind of study. It's an absolute commitment. But what are you really committing to? What are you committing to? You're committing to your dreams. You're committing to yourself. This is all about you living an amazing life. And you know what? That's what you're destined for. That's what you are destined for. That's what's possible for you. And it doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter where you live. It doesn't matter whether you speak English or not, whether English is your first language, as we heard Ursula say, it's not her first language. It doesn't matter. Those things are just excuses. And you got to notice them. You have to have and develop such an awareness that you notice when it's there. And when I say it, you got to notice when the negativity is there so you can shut it down. It will not serve you. It will not serve you. You got to notice it. Now, if it upsets you, it upsets you. Let it go. It's in the past. It's in the past. You have the potential to do amazing things as an author. You have a potential to do amazing things as a human being, not even being an author. Now, we're here to talk about author squared because being an author has completely changed my life, my career. It's changed my business. It's absolutely changed my business. Even when I incorporated my company in December 1994, I didn't incorporate the company thinking, oh, one day I'm going to be an author. That idea just popped in my mind somewhere around the year 2000. And then all of a sudden I got this idea, I think I'll write a book. I remember telling my parents, I'm going to write a book. And their response was this, you're writing a book? Like it was a joke. Right? Now, as I said, I came from an abusive environment, dysfunctional, physically abusive, psychologically abusive, verbally abusive, not blaming my parents whatsoever. I really believe they did the best they could with what they knew. And I love them, and I know they love me too. It just is what it is. The reason why I'm mentioning it is to help you understand you don't have to have everybody in your corner. And you may have everybody fighting against you. You may be have people tell you you can't do it. There's no way you can do it. Now, I have worked with thousands of people to help them write their book, get them published, get them self-published, make it a bestseller, get on the New York Times bestseller list, extend beyond the book into million-dollar franchises. I'll share some of the examples when we go to my presentation in a few minutes. Again, I'm not saying that to brag, but I just want you to know I have worked with authors as young as 5. I have one author, a little boy, who wrote a book. And he's 5 years of age. I have a niece, well, actually, she's a great niece, who, when she was 10, on her 10th birthday, released her book, made it a bestseller, went to school on her 10th birthday as an international best-selling author. You know how many other kids in her class were were international best-selling authors? None. You know how many kids in her school were international best-selling authors? None. Do you know what that meant to her confidence? And speaking of confidence, what can it do for you? It is such a great sense of accomplishment when you finish your book. I remember after writing this book, now here's how I wrote it. I decided I'm going to write it in a month, not every day, writing all day long. I was writing Monday to Friday for an hour every morning. That was it. Now, if you add that up, that's 20 hours of writing. So I'd get up Monday morning at 5 a.m. I'd write for an hour. And then at 6 o'clock, it's time to get my son up, ready for school, drive him to school, come back and work. And I was working in my business at the time. So this wasn't all consuming in my life. But I remember as I was writing the book, and it was my first book, and I remember getting to a point when I realized that even if no one buys that book, that's okay. And the reason why I had that thought is because the experience of writing it had stretched me so much, and I had grown so much from putting together on being the creator of your destiny. It impacted my life in only positive ways, in substantial ways. I was moved. I was transformed by writing the book. So I just said to myself, even if nobody ever reads this book, I'm okay with that because of the experience that I had. Same thing occurred. Now, interesting that I had such epiphany experiences with both of these books. This was my first one. This is my 19th one. This is a nonfiction. This is a fiction book. But I decided to write this book on October 31st last year, 2020. It was October 31st. We're not talking that long ago. It wasn't even a year ago. And here's what the process was. The process was, I was looking at a list of video recommendations from our social media team. And I've been teaching authors how to write books, how to publish books, how to make them bestsellers, how to extend beyond their book into creating multi-million-dollar empires. And I teach fiction writing, but I never written a fiction book. I've worked with fiction authors, but I never personally written one. So I saw this little topic suggestion that was posted that said, how I wrote my first fiction book. And I looked at that, and I do all these videos and content, and we do it for social media and to, give value out there in the world. And that was part of the reason for this little video. And I saw it there, and I thought to myself, I can't do a video on how I wrote my first fiction book because I haven't written my first fiction book. That's out of integrity. I'm all about integrity. I'm all about honesty. It's all about authenticity. So then the thought floated into my mind just on the heels of that one. Well, why don't you write your first fiction book? Or how about writing your first fiction book? And then immediately as I had that thought, well, about writing a fiction book, I thought, well, you're not even a great writer. And then the thought came, well, how's that serving you, Peggy? I mean, this was a dialogue that was going on in my mind. That idea, that thought that you're not a great writer will not serve you. So I thought, well, what if I wrote this book as a parable, because I love parables. I wrote this book as a parable, and not only do I have fun writing it, but I write a great book. How about having that attitude? How about following what you preach? Okay. All right. So I made the decision. That on November 1st, I would begin working on Savvy Wisdom. I didn't know the name of the book at the time. I didn't know the name of the characters in the book. I didn't know where the book was going to go. I really didn't. I just allowed it to come to and through me. And I made a decision I was going to get it done in 10 days. Now, what I suggest that you do, whatever it is that you're looking to create as far as outcomes are concerned, one of the best things you can do for yourself is set a completion date, also known as a deadline. Set a completion date. I decided that in 10 days, I'm going to get this book done. I'm going to have this book done, and it's going to be a phenomenal book, and I'm going to have a blast. And I didn't have a clear schedule. It wasn't like I had nothing to do for 10 days. I'm a busy girl. I've got lots of client calls and development work and programs I'm delivering, and then quality time with my family, which is a priority. And so I just looked at my agenda, and I just blocked off time where I could write. And I just got on with the work, and I didn't deviate from it. I lined up a friend of mine who's a phenomenal fiction writer, and I asked her, I said, I'm going to send you chapter by chapter, and I want you to give me feedback because I want to know if, number one, you're captivated and brought in, because that's important with any book. And not only are you captivated and brought in, but your attention stays, that you're waiting for the next chapter. You're waiting to flip the page and go to the next page to find out what's going on. That was the desire that I set, my intention. And when I got to the 9th day, I had written everything except the final letter from Savvy to Sophie. So Sophie is based on me, my life. Savvy is Bob Proctor. I created a character based on Bob Proctor. So on the 10th day, I woke up, and it was the day to finish the final letter from Savvy to Sophie. And this thought popped in my consciousness: ask Bob Proctor to write the final letter. And so, of course, in order for Bob to write the final letter, he had to read the book. So I reached out to him. He was checked into a conference center. He was ready to work on a program for a week, busy guy. And as soon as he got my email, he replied, and he said, absolutely, I would love to. And the next morning, I'm getting texts and messages from him going, oh my God, I love this book. This is amazing. It's extraordinary. It's your best book ever. It's going to be huge. Like, fasten your seatbelt, get ready, which was such a blessing to receive. And of course, he wrote the letter and sent it to me a couple days later, and it was perfect. And this book went on to be an international bestseller. It's now available in hardcover, softcover, Kindle, Audible bought the rights to the book. And I found out the other day it's coming out in CD. I don't know who buys CDs anymore, but it's coming out in CD as well. I had an offer from a publisher. They sent me a contract. I declined it, actually. And of course, in my program called the Complete Author Program, I talk about the advantages and challenges with publishing and self-publishing. You see, self-publishing nowadays is definitely the way to go. Why? Because it's fast, it's efficient. You have to do the marketing anyway, and you're going to earn a heck of a lot more money. Even some published authors that are previously published authors. I was reading about one a couple days ago who was an author who was successful, who was published with Penguin, big publishing house, has decided to no longer go with the publishing house because she's realized that she's out there making the impact. She's building her own platform, but she wasn't earning that much. And she realized she could earn a whole lot more if she was a self-published author. So she made the decision to get the rights back to her book. And now she's a self-published author. All right, now what we're going to do now is we're going to head over to the presentation that I prepared for you for today, because there is a lot of great content that I intend on covering off in the 4 hours that we're here today. I will be taking questions a little bit later. I'm not looking at the chat box right now because I have ADD and it distracts me. And I know there's probably some questions over there as well, but Roddy is here. Roddy is on my team. I'm so blessed to have Roddy. You know, Roddy is someone that I've known for a few years now. He actually joined my programs. I'll just bring him into the spotlight for a moment just to show you who he is, just introduce him for a moment. And Roddy is just an incredible human being. For those of you that know Roddy, and he is working with me, you know, side by side, and Vladdy and Mick, I'll introduce you to Vladdy and Mick in a little while as well. Mick's an author, Vladdy's an author. So hey, Roddy, maybe you should write a book. Have you thought about writing a book?
Yeah, I would love to. It is absolutely on my high on the list. Thank you as well.
Yeah, that's great. Well, you know, maybe it could be How I Got to Work with Peggy.
Absolutely, that's a great title.
Manifested that. Yeah. You know, that 5-year-old book that I referenced a little while ago, The Little Boy, it was actually his father that took the complete author program. And his book is called The Day I Met Bob, Mr. Bob, The Day I Met Mr. Bob. And of course, that's Bob Proctor. So this little guy who, you know, used to listen to his father playing all Bob Proctor materials all the time, said to his dad, I want to meet Bob Proctor. And he said, oh, I don't think they allow, you know, young children into their events. And he said, oh, I just want to meet Bob Proctor. And this little boy was absolutely determined he was going to meet Bob Proctor. It's like, you know, when you see little kids wanting something, they never give up, right? Or a dog that wants something, they never give up. And so it's a story of how he got to meet Bob. So the reason why I mentioned that with Roddy is Roddy had in his Power of Life script, and I didn't know this till after we started working together, is Roddy actually had in his Power of Life script that we were working together. And then when I was looking to add someone to our team, Vladdy had suggested Roddy. And it's like, oh yeah, that's a great idea. And so that's how it came to be. So I just love that, you know, Roddy is here with us. But you know why Roddy is here? Roddy is here because of his heart, because of his intention. He loves these materials too. He loves how life-changing it is. It's changed his life in positive ways. So he made the decision to be in this industry as Mick and Vladdy have, and I did, and I have, because we know how impactful it can be. And that is a benefit of being an author. And I noticed that when we were asking people, you know, why, you know, what was it that really inspired you? You know, making a difference in other people's lives is so incredibly rewarding. It really is rewarding, isn't it? Don't you find this role that you're in now, Roddy, is so incredibly rewarding?
Absolutely. And it's like you say, Peggy, and it is genuine. We wake up and we go, how can we serve these people today? How can we help them? How can we make their lives better? What can we create? What can we do? What's going to help people the most and have the most impact? And it's so incredible when you're hearing a lot of the stories, especially Ursula's story there about how she's left the 9-to-5 industry and has suddenly totally changed herself from being a 9-to-5 worker and is now making great strides in our own life. These are the sort of stories that really feed us and get us going.
Yeah, absolutely true. You're right. Like, it's like we had an event last week called Destiny Magic, and there was a slide that we had in our presentation that said, your success is our goal. I mean, it really is. That's what we're here for. Your success is our goal. And we're here for you. We're like your cheerleaders on that. We're going to cheer you on, and I'll be the coach and, you know, give you suggestions. Okay, go here, go there, and like avoid that. And here's how to get through this. And And so thank you, Roddy. I really appreciate you being here. So if you can watch for any questions that might appear there, and you can send them over to me on WhatsApp, we'll make sure that we get to those when we open up for questions in a little while. And that's what we're going to do, my friends, is we're going to go through this. I'll do some teaching, then we're going to come back to questions, and I'll go back to the teaching. Then we're going to hear from Vladdy and Mick. We're going to bring them into the spotlight as well. And yay, okay, I see some people want to travel to Canada. You know, this morning Ursula and I were on a call together, and I said to her, I said, I think my first event is actually going to be here in Ottawa. We were talking about that. So interesting that we're seeing those messages. See, Ursula, you know, you think of something and then boom, 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 everything lines up. So thank you, Roddy. I really appreciate you. All right. I'll let you mute your own line because I know you know how to do that. Oh, Timone's internet was disconnected. Okay, let's head over to the presentation that we're going to walk through together here today. So as I mentioned, this is interactive. So as you can already see, now I want you to just stop for a moment. Everyone that's on the call, like, please give this your attention. If there's something else you have, if you have other screens open right now, shut them down. If you got your phone on, turn it off. Because when we talk about interactive, I want you to right now think about, what would you love as far as success as an author? Now, don't tell me, don't write in the chat box yet. I want you to really think about, what would you love? What would you love to have? What would you love to create? Would you love to be a New York Times bestselling author? Would you love to have your book on the top of the New York Times list and stay there year after year after year? Would you love to be earning millions of dollars as an author? Would you love to have your books in many, many different languages? Would you love that? Okay, here's what I want you to do. We're going to take a couple minutes right now. We're going to get real quiet. I want you to take your pen and write it down, but write it down in the present tense. Write it down as if it's here right now. I am so happy and so grateful now that I am a New York Times bestselling author. I have many books out there in the world translated into X number of languages. I am easily earning whatever that is. Take a few minutes right now. We're just going to take a couple of minutes to do this and write it down. And we're going to come back in a moment. We're going to share, okay? Do it right now. All right. Okay, now it's time to share. Let's see, type in the little chat box what your desires are. What would you love to create? Okay, now we're seeing them come in. Okay, Vib says, I'm so happy and grateful now that I inspire young girls to be reading and inspire them to be learning to play soccer and believe in themselves that they can succeed at anything they set their mind to. I love that. That's beautiful. Jess says, I'm so happy and grateful that I'm an international best-selling author whose books are translated around the world and a must-have in everyone's household. Okay, who else wants to share? Just type in little chat box there. It will be another goal I had when I was a child. Oh, okay, Sherry, I'm interested in hearing that. Margarita, I'm so happy and grateful now that I am a New York Times bestselling fiction and nonfiction author. Oh, I love that, Margarita. Beautiful. That's excellent. I love that. Oh, Renata is here. Yay, Renata. I'm so happy and grateful now that I've sold the rights to my book to the perfect person in the film industry and it's being made into a movie. I wondered if there would be someone sharing that. Absolutely. We'll be talking about that today too. Michael, I'm so happy and grateful now that I'm a #1 international bestselling author, earning money easily and impacting millions of lives. Sarah, I'm so happy and grateful now that my book is generating sales over, that looks like £1 million. I think that's what that says. Is that right, Sarah? Okay, Amelia, I'm happy and grateful now that my book has positively impacted human beings around the world, and it's another big stream to my financial freedom. I'm so happy and grateful that I'm a best-selling novelist. I like that, Leonilla. Jose, I'm so happy and grateful now that I'm a New York Times bestselling author that touches and inspires all my readers. Phil Goldfine, Vib. Okay, what's that mean, Phil Goldfine? Sean, I'm a New York Times bestselling author and I'm changing people's lives every day in every way. Beautiful. A Coyote Coker says, I'm indeed written 6 technical books, which are published by blue chip publishers, but would like to manifest the sales of my products worldwide as I'm happy and grateful for the blessings of the Lord's grace and blessings. All right, great. Jennifer, I'm so happy and grateful to be a New York Times bestselling author of Yay, book that helps inspire yays worldwide. And it's now being created into an inspirational movie. And yay for that, Jennifer. I love that. Jennifer is the yay girl. Okay, Miriel, I'm so happy and grateful that I help millions of people all over the world to have joyful and easy moves. Oh, perfect. Lone says, I'm so happy and grateful that I'm a best-selling author with multiple sources of income from the universe around my books. Keith, I'm so happy and grateful that my books positively impact the world and that I win 4 Nobel Peace Prizes. Oh, exciting. I love that. Sarah, I'm so happy and grateful for all the inspirational and kind people that I've connected with the creation of my book. Jamie, I'm so happy and grateful now that I've written a book about the mindset of learning music and anything else in life. Oh, love that, Jamie. This is brilliant. I'm so happy to be on the New York Times bestseller list. It's translated in many languages and I read them. Yes, that's right, because you're multilingual. And I'm giving webinars, TED Talks, plus I wrote another book that helps people with learning disability. Beautiful. I see all of that for you. Tammy says, I'm so happy and grateful that I'm a New York Times bestselling author and I'm living a life of abundance that affords me the opportunity to help others to get through their struggles and trials. I am helping others. Beautiful. Edith, I'm so happy and grateful that I'm a New York Times bestselling published author and earning $250,000. Eva or Eva, I'm so happy and grateful that my book is now made into a movie and I made $1 million in IP rights. I love it. Outstanding. Joanne, I'm so happy and grateful I'm a New York Times bestselling author. Millions of pounds flow to me and through me to help millions of people around the world because of the best and happiest version of themselves. Awesome. Liv, I'm so happy and grateful now that I'm a New York Times bestselling author. Woohoo! Writing is natural to me. I have an incredible creativity. My first book is a complete success, dedicated to my nieces, and they love this book. People all over the world is absolutely in love with the book, and this is the beginning for me as an author. Beautiful. Angela, I'm so happy and grateful now that I'm a celebrated author worldwide with novels in multiple languages, entertaining millions, touching their lives, and selling hundreds of books daily and earning millions. Okay, comment on putting it into a movie. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, for Phil Goldfine. All right. Steve, I'm so happy and grateful that I'm a #1 international bestselling author, providing value to people worldwide. Nice. Dan, I'm so happy and grateful to be the best-selling self-published author, easily earning, looks like $10,000 yearly. All right. Thank you, Pamela. I'm grateful that I get to hold space for writers and sacred writing sessions for tens of thousands of writers as we access the portal of language. I'm astounded by the wisdom that flows through and delighted by the enormous success of my book and so many authors. Beautiful. Maria, I'm so happy and grateful now that a New York Times bestselling author, international bestselling author, my book helps thousands of people. I'm earning millions of dollars. I have successful businesses as an author, as a coach, and a support team. I travel when I want. I have a great platform. Okay, I think there's about 50 more comments there. I'm not going to read them all right now, but I want to give you some additional tips on how to effectively write your goals. We're here to talk about author squared, about authors experiencing quantum leaps. Here's what I suggest that you do. Number one, dream big. There's a sign behind my head that says dream big. I've got another sign over there on my bookshelf that also says dream big, and it's above a shelf where I have my books into multiple languages as well. So not only do I live by this, I want to recommend that you as well dream big. Now, what's big? A couple folks I noticed wrote down international bestselling author. To be an international bestselling author, you can have your book in a category on Amazon, on any of the many Amazon sites that are out there, whether it's in the UK, whether it's in the United States, whether it's in Canada or Japan or Australia or India, wherever it happens to be. If your book or when your book reaches a category where it's a bestseller, it doesn't mean that you're selling lots of books. You could just sell a handful of books. And if that occurs in 2 different countries at the same time, and your book enters into the top 100 in a category, you're an international bestselling author. But the reason why I mention that is it doesn't necessarily equate to huge volumes of book sales. What it does do for you is it allows you to call yourself an international bestselling author. That's credibility. It is credibility. It is a way of elevating the way people perceive you when you're able to say, hey, I'm Vladdy and I'm an international bestselling author. People go, oh, not everyone knows exactly what it means. Not that I'm not demeaning the achievement. It's a wonderful achievement. But why I'm talking to you now, we're talking about authors getting to a quantum leap. We saw Vladdy make the comment, her desire is to be a New York Times bestselling author. You do not have to live in the United States to be a New York Times bestselling author. You do have to sell books in the United States, and I'll explain that in the Complete Author program, but anyone can become a New York Times bestselling author. And quite often people will ask me this question. They'll say, do your marketing techniques work for any book? And then they'll tell me what kind of book that they have. Muriel, as an example, she has a wonderful book on preparing for a move. And Muriel, what I would suggest that you do right here, right now, type the name of your book right in the chat box or put a link in there for Amazon so people can see what they're talking about. Is that a book that's available for anyone, or would everyone want it? No, probably people that are getting ready to move, or people that may be moving, or a book that you might want to buy for someone that you know is moving. So it may be considered a certain genre. Every book is a certain genre. Does everybody love parables? No. Fiction, though, I mean, people are reading fiction books. And if we sat here all day long where I shared success story after success story after success story after success story, and if we really looked at the authors that have earned 100 million or more, 100 million or more, what is the genre of authors primarily in that category? What's the genre? Do you know? Would you say it's fiction or nonfiction? I want to ask you that. Fiction or nonfiction? Yes. Yes. Okay. Oh, so Pamela said non. It's fiction. There are far more 100 million plus authors in the fiction category from book sales. However, it doesn't mean that nonfiction authors aren't earning millions. Sometimes they are earning millions from their books, but quite often they're earning it from extending beyond their book into courses, into programs or products and things like that. So yeah, well, no, it's primarily, there are some nonfiction authors. So if we looked at the top income earners ever, authors, you would find the majority of them are going to be fiction, but there are some nonfiction authors. I'm talking about 100 million or more. Now, who can write fiction? Who can write fiction? anyone can write fiction. Now, I didn't write Savvy Wisdom because I wanted to be in that category. I wrote Savvy Wisdom because I'm in love with helping people and I love parables. And I felt that I had a really good base to write a great story that would impact people. And it is impacting people. This book is being made into a movie as well right now. So anyone, yes, Peg says, I can write fiction. Yes, you're absolutely right. Mick, of course, Mick is incredibly creative. I remember Mick and I sitting up, like Mick, I met in 2014. I'm going to bring Mick into the, I'm going to find him. I'm just going to search our list here. I want to bring Mick in because this is a really great example. First of all, Mick, I'm going to make you co-host so that you have the ability to unmute your line or to do anything that you desire. Okay, we're bringing Mick into the spotlight. Hopefully his video, is your video working? Oh, it's not working.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So up on the little line that has everybody's picture, my picture is fine. I look fantastic. And then down below, I'm just blacked out. I don't know why. Anyway, hi, everybody.
Oh, there you are. Oh my goodness, that's so bizarre. Okay.
Oh, right there I am.
I brought in a different Michael. I brought in Michael, not Mick. Okay, so
well, that's my good side. Oh wait, hey, we just joined.
there we go. Thank you so much, Mick. I think I brought in a different Michael, another Michael.
Okay.
Okay, so Mick Peterson and I met in May 2014. So 7 wonderful years ago. It's our 7-year anniversary. We just passed our 7-year anniversary. And Mick, tell your story. Like, what was going on for you at the time? And was your book done, written? Was it just an idea? What happened for you?
Okay, so in 2008, I was at this really strange low point in my life. And I had this dream. And that dream was the only thing that kind of gave me hope for the future. So I persisted in it. I did this completely unconsciously. I didn't even know this material at all. And so I think it was 2011 that I sat down and wrote the first draft of my book. And I was just playing, right? I was just having a great time making stuff up because that's what I do. That's my favorite.
Now were you already a writer? Like, did you have?
No, I'd never written before. I was a reader, not a writer.
Okay.
But writers are readers.
True. That's so true.
Yeah. So anyway, I did it and I got it done. You know, I had a goal of doing 50,000 words. I think when it was all said and done, there was 68,000 words to this novel. And then it wasn't until May of 2014 when I met you. And it's so funny. I hear people say, I remember Kim Calvert, she said when she first met you, she wouldn't say boo to you. And I felt a little bit that way. And I was dragged to you and you looked so beautiful, the way that you were glowing, your aura was so lovely. And I told you that I had this idea for a book and I'd kind of written it, but I needed a lot more help. And you said, well, tell me what's going to happen with it. So I thought about it you said, who's going to write the foreword for it?
I know I don't even believe that I even asked that question. It's a ridiculous question, actually.
No, what it did is it made me expand my thinking as if I could hold a book. That's what it did for me. So it was actually a great question. So that night I remember swimming in my thoughts and I came back the next day and I said, J.K. Rowling. And you said, excellent. And then you made an offer at the event. I mean, I didn't even know who you were because this was my very first personal development event. Talk about a paradigm shift. And just the idea to think that, wait, so J.K. Rowling, she breathes and has a heartbeat and is a real living thing, not just something that's out there. So I just persisted in this whole idea. I signed up for your program and it was essentially the complete author program, but it's improved every what do you redo it every week? I don't know. Constantly adding it and making better, keeping your finger on the pulse of what's happening in publishing. So I remember I didn't want to bother you. I watched the videos. And then when I finally got to this place where I understood what that the iteration of the book was ready for the marketing portion, I scheduled a call with you, and I didn't want to take too much of your time, and you were busy. And so I had said, I don't even think you know this, I'm only going to talk to her for 15 minutes. And I think we talked for about an hour, and you just laid things out, answered all my questions, even though I had listened to you hundreds of hours. We had become best friends, and I didn't even really know you, just because you were in my head all the time. I was listening, I was ironing, and I was listening to this program and this session. Anyway, when my book launched, it became an international bestseller. But this is what's crazy. I mean, I was so focused on doing this. And I remember I had gone, so that was May of 2014. In November, I went to Los Angeles. And Phil Goldfine, he was just off the heels of winning his Oscar, which he had persisted in the idea of for 14 years. Or was it 14 years? It was a long time.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, he just held this idea, and which is a great lesson for us, because God's delays are not God's denials, right?
Yes,
it's a
that's
delay.
a great message.
You wait as one who understands. You
Yeah.
understand the process to this whole thing. So anyway, I remember that I met him, and I was all in awe of him, and he had given me his card, and I had done all this work, and it was 2 a.m. in the morning, and my book was to launch the next day. And on my dining room table, there were stacks of stuff, and I'm like, okay, I'm cleaning this mess up. So I piled everything in a giant pile, and I lifted it up. 2 a.m., right? I am weary, and out of that pile of just pieces of paper and scrap paper and books, and out dropped Phil Goldfine's card, right on my dining room table. And I remember thinking, I got goosebumps now, because it was angelic. Thank you, guardian angel. And so I just set everything down, and I typed a quick email to Phil. Hey, Phil, you met me 6 months ago. You may not remember me, but if there's anything that you can do to help promote my book, that'd be great. Well, his response was, send me an electronic version. That was the next day. My book went on to be a bestseller, and Phil called me like a week and a half later, and I remember having his name here, and Phil Goldfine called, and I'm like, Phil Goldfine's calling me. What do I do? What do I do? So I took it. Hello, this is Mick Peterson. And he was like, if you guys don't know Phil, he's super high energy, and he's like, whoa, dude, that was the best book. Come to Hollywood. And it was like my older brother was taking me under his wing, and he had this vision, and it was huge. And he says, okay, we have a model. It's the Harry Potter series, and we just have to get you a publishing deal. And he said, but please understand, this could take a decade. I'm not saying that in a negative way, just understand this is how it works. So we signed a book deal. I mean, I just kept working on it. And then I saw, because I spent a little more time there at Universal Studios with him in his office, and I saw that if you're not in front of him, he's got so much coming at him that it's not that he's forgetting you intentionally, you just kind of fade away. So I made a pact with myself to move to Los Angeles. So I just showed up. I was a stray dog, and he thought it was really weird that I was like holding on the hem of his leg and lifted my leg outside the door. Anyway,
you're taking it a little too far. Like next
I know. I like to push the boundary. Anyway, you guys, it was so wild how one thing led to another. And I have to say, the very, very first exposure that I had to personal development was the book, The Secret. And it completely changed my life, the movie and the book. And things started shifting. That was in 2007. 10 years later, I got a book deal with the publishers of The Secret, who happened to be from my hometown of Hillsboro, Oregon, a mile from where my grandparents' farm was. I mean, this was all just so woo. Anyway, then we got a meeting scheduled with Disney Plus, and when he told me that, I was like, oh my God, this
Yeah, that's what Pamela says. You can't make this stuff up.
No, you can't. So anyway, I remember that it kept getting pushed. This was in August of 2019, and understand that Disney Plus's video streaming service, it was going to go live November. So I think at Disney they were a little focused, right? A little busy, and development on projects maybe wasn't the most important thing. However, I found out that it was because the CEO wanted to be in the meeting, which that's kind of impactful, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I would
So
say
I'm like,
so.
oh my gosh, this is all so crazy, so cool. Anyway, with COVID and with there was some shakeup at Disney, the meeting which got pushed, it just dissipated.
Amazing.
And what happened with that, Phil said, Mick, it's not the end, it's a hiccup. Because I think I was like, whoa, I went into this mental place. And he said, it just is what it is, and we'll start over. So anyway, I saw him 2 days ago for like 15 minutes and in LA, and he's still working on doing the stuff that he does. And he's a bit of a lone wolf in that he doesn't have a lot of people helping him. He just knows all the right people to talk to, and he talks to them. And so the vision, so I don't know if you've seen, I've been drinking my coffee. Every day I drink coffee. And on this side, what it says?
Billionaire author, Mick Peterson, billionaire author. I love it. Hey,
So
Mick,
I hold the image of this in my mind. I see it all the time. I've convinced myself that this is true, despite, I didn't tell you this other thing about Disney. I was leaving LA. Something weird happened in LA. So I was leaving that. This is in January. So the meeting had been pushed again. And I got an Uber to go to a post office, and I put the address of the post office in the Uber. I get in the Uber car, and this lady and I are talking, and suddenly she's on the freeway. I go, "Where are you going?" And she said, "I'm going to the address that it said on the Uber app." And so I'm looking at the app, and it just shows a dot. It didn't show an address. And hers, it was the same. She's like, "We're just going there." She dropped me at Disney Studios in Burbank.
whoa.
Now I had just found out that the meeting was canceled for that day. It was like a week earlier that I found that out. Now I was moving on to go back to where the publisher was in Oregon, and it was just weird. And essentially, what the universe was saying is, the meeting's happening. Just relax. It's all good. I remember getting out of the Uber and looking, and she drives away like, bye, see, I got another call. I got another person to pick up. And I remember looking up at Disney and just like looking up at the universe laughing, real funny. You are. and as you guys can tell,
humor.
yeah, totally. And as you guys know, or you can tell, I have a good sense of humor. I'm lighthearted. I like to make fun. Peggy and I, we laugh so hard when we're together. And so the universe is just laughing with me too. And so, you just got to go with it. You go with what it is. But because things don't go exactly the way we always want them, we get to make stuff up. And I am the maker up of stuff. That's my title.
And everyone is. I'm a maker up of stuff as well. We all are. Yeah. And we were just talking about goals a little while ago, and I really hope that Mick is inspiring you to think bigger. When I see goals, earning money, get specific, be specific. The universe wants to know, how much do you want to be earning? And remember, do not allow your paradigms to get in the way. Just think big, massive. What would you love is how you address that question. What would you love? Mick, I want you to also share with everyone, I remember we went to Universal Studios, and this was when the relationship with Mick and Phil, I actually have he's the only business card I carry, oddly enough. He just mentioned his business card. And so when you and I went to Universal Studios, and I met Ted. Remember Ted from the movie Ted? The little teddy bear.
I thought about that. Oh my gosh, we were taking pictures of this statue.
That was a lot of fun. But I met Ted, and then you went off to a meeting with Phil, and he took you over to Universal Studios. So Phil Goldfine is an Academy Award-winning producer. He's a friend of ours now. We've become very close friends. I've run events with him as well. We still do. We teach programs together. We offer him as a mentor on our website as well, if anyone really wants to get into Hollywood. And Mick's worked with Phil as well in that capacity. So we go to this meeting at Phil's office, and his office is right beside where Alfred Hitchcock's bungalow was, right? This was another one of Phil's goals. Like, Phil loved the work that Alfred Hitchcock, and anyone, I mean, I'm not sure if all the younger people remember, but I see Sherry nodding her head, like pretty much most people know who Alfred Hitchcock is. So Phil had set the goal to have the bungalow of Alfred Hitchcock, and he ended up getting the one beside Alfred Hitchcock, which is pretty amazing. So we go to Universal Studios. Me and Mick, we're in LA together. We go over to Universal Studios, and Mick goes off with Phil. Now, my husband was there with us at the time, so Danny and I went touring around or whatever. And Phil took you over to the executive lounge, and then he paused for a moment, had you turn around, and he said something to you. Do you remember? Welcome to Hollywood royalty.
Oh gosh, yes. We just sat down for lunch, and we ordered, and Phil's like got his phone, and he's being Phil.
You do a good impersonation of him. Dude.
So I love him so much. Anyway, he goes, okay, well, let's get down to business. And he said, I want you to look around. And I was thinking, oh my God, Angelina Jolie's behind me or something. Or like Brad Pitt, or something like that. And I remember turning, and he said, welcome to Hollywood royalty. I'm going to make you the next J.K. Rowling. And I was like, what? My job, which I recently quit, I was a flight attendant for 22 years. I mean, I just got done serving people sugary drinks at 30,000 feet, right?
I want you all to hear that. He was a flight attendant at the time.
Yeah, I was. I mean, I had that gig down. When a passenger asked me for something, I just say no, and then walk over. That's what we do.
He's kidding. He's kidding.
I'm kidding. Yeah. But I remember him saying that to me, and I thought, wow, what gives him the right to think that he can say something like that, right? And then as we became closer, I understand that his intentions and how he manifests, it always takes time. And if someone tells you time doesn't exist, all that stuff, it might not really exist. I think that it's the time that every possibility is happening at the same time out in the quantum field. And with our thoughts, that's where we guide our future. That's how we get where we're going. So I've just persisted in this ridiculous idea that I could be a billionaire author. I've persisted in that. And I went to Peggy's cottage, and I wrote the second book. I remember you come over. I invite you over, and I probably just looked like roadkill because I'd been up all night. I do this thing, this helps me write, where I'll set the alarm. I go to bed at 10 p.m. and I set the alarm for 3 hours later. And I lay down on the couch, and I intentionally didn't brush my teeth. I mean, this sounds terrible, but when I got up at 1 and I'm gonna go to bed, I went into the bathroom, brushed my teeth, and then I just like a sleepwalker, I go over to my computer and then just start. And it's as if I'm taken over by a spirit. And you understand that, Peggy, right? Because,
yes.
Yeah, because when you were writing Savvy Wisdom, you texted me telling me like, oh my gosh, this chapter is really great, or whatever. It's amazing what happens. So I just set the intention to go there, and I try to be nice to myself.
Good.
Which is really, really important. But my paradigm doesn't want that. Maybe it's like that for everyone. That the paradigm is the voice of our parents.
Yeah.
Or somebody when you were younger that was conditioning you. And I catch it all the time saying these things. I'm like, Dad, aren't you cute? Go away. Mom, get out of here. Or whatever conditioning belief that we took in when we were little, when we had no idea. So we can intentionally decide what we want to do. So that's why when we were watching, when I was reading in the chat, all those really beautiful ideas, focus on what you are so happy and grateful for now. That focus on that. Don't listen to those voices. Because I want to tell you guys one other thing. I remember when Phil had the book deal, he said, hey, I found a book deal. The guy's going to be here tomorrow. I was like, what? No, he didn't even tell me. I was at lunch and he called me and goes, hey, get back to the studio. There's a publisher here that wants your book. I was like, whoa. So that's when I met Richard. And Richard, who's the publisher of The Secret. Great man. So such a great man. Anyway, Phil, he was so protective of me. And I said to him, I want a different publisher. He's an independent. I want a big publisher. So I spent all this time looking at, evaluating all the statistics of all the young adult book deals that were published in Publishers Weekly. I made a spreadsheet, 144 deals, and I had the agent's name, the agency, the publisher's name, the person in the globe. Was it a global contract? Was it an English language? And then what it was, if it was determined how much their advance was. I did this whole thing and I gave it to Phil and he looked at me and goes, what's this? And I said, I think that you could probably do a little better. He called and he kept saying, Mick, every time I would check in with him, he goes, Mick, it doesn't make any sense. We got the perfect one. Look, we're into the study, we're into manifestation, so is the publishing, so is Richard. And he called me to his office one day and he said, close the door, and I sat down and he says, I'm going to email you something. So he emailed me a review from this agent in New York. And he watched me as I read it. And it was so mean. Oh my God. And he said, this is a lesson to you. You are, number one, never, ever to read another review, ever. Understand the stuff that she wrote in there, that has nothing to do with your work, has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with where you're going or where we're going. Right. He said, what do you call that? Get rid of the idea. Perish the notion or whatever.
Perish the thought.
Perish the thought. Perish the thought. He said, do not listen to those dream stealers. He said, based on what you read, do you think she's living a happy life? I was like, oh my God, she's miserable. He goes, so why would you listen to her? Listen to you. Listen to the dream that you have. Don't give up on your dream.
Yeah.
Persist in your dream. So good. So good.
Good. You know, a big part of, what we're doing here and what you're hearing from Mick today is about your mindset. And yes, we're going to invest a considerable amount of time on that because it's essential. Plus, it'll help you get out of your own way. Mick, there was something else that you did that, we saw your billionaire author mug for Stella and the Timekeepers. By the way, that's the name of Mick's book, Stella and the Timekeepers. It's a fiction book that he made up all in his imagination. As a matter of fact, you dreamt the book. Right? It was a dream that you had, and then you had this dream and you decided to write, and you wrote this book and then wrote the sequel, and you're working on the number 3 now. But there was something else that you used to share. So Mick, we have a program in our organization called Skipping Levels, and it's for anyone that wants to experience quantum leaps, including authors. And Mick was a member. And as Mick mentioned, we met each other in May 2014, but we've become very, very close friends. And now Mick's working with me. But there were times when Mick would be on stage at one of the events and he would be presenting his Success Bible. Why I want to mention this is because we've talked very loosely, if you will, on things that you can do to set yourself up for success. Like we talked about writing out a goal statement, how important it is to be specific with your goal statement. I talked about having a dog bone, that claims, you are, it's like holding on tight to your dream. Another thing that I did before this book was ever released is I posted a New York Times bestseller emblem right on the cover so that I would visualize it and see it. I have it framed as well over in the drawer. I have on my desk here the Oscar for the best motion picture for Savvy Wisdom. And this is it's not authentic. It's not a real Oscar, but it's a visualization tool, right? This is what I create. And, Mick mentioned many important lessons. And I noticed the comments on the right-hand side on you guys getting those lessons and writing them down. And that's what I said when we started this event, write them down. Like what we're talking about here today can change your life. I mean, Mick was a flight attendant and now look what he's done and creating in his life. But another thing, and the more you can resonate with your outcome as if it's in your life right now, the better it's going to go for you. And I would suggest you write that down. The more you resonate with your desires as if they're in your life right now, the better it's going to go for you. The more you can resonate with your desires as if they're in your life right now, the better it's going to go for you. Like I can't say it enough because it's so true and so few do it. But Mick lives that. Now, there may be times when everything other than what your desires are showing up in your life. And you just have to deny the evidence of the senses. And it's like that quote that says, God's delays are not God's denials. And Mick said this quote too, wait as the one who understands. That's one of my favorite quotes. And you think about wait as the one who understands it. What that means is that you understand how manifestation works. You're living by it. Mick lives by it. This is his life. He is already the billionaire author. That's how he operates his days. He sees himself as this wildly successful billionaire author. And so Mick, something that you created was, I think you called it your Success Bible.
Yeah, it was my Bible. It's in the other room. I'm not exactly sure where it is, but I had a book made. And what I did was, I just thought, okay, all this stuff, it's a bunch of, it's dreamland, right? All the stuff that Peggy's talking about, it's dreamland. And I'm a dreamer, so I'm like, oh, I'm home, perfect. I can just make this stuff up. So I organized every aspect of this multi-billion-dollar multimedia entertainment franchise, along with a ride at Universal Studios or Disney, or the highest bidder, whichever. Let's be honest. Wherever it is, I get to make this up. So I created a hardbound book, and there's a quote on the front by Emerson, which is, "You are exactly." I can't remember. I'm paraphrasing. "You are who you create." Kind of something like that. Do you remember the quote, Peggy? Because I don't have it in front of me, but
No.
The idea is that we get to decide who we are.
True.
And then you open it up and it has the goal. And then I go from page to page to page. And what was so bizarre is that I had said that I want to have a book deal with a major publisher. And one of them, it was real general. I had several iterations of this book. And one of the publishing houses that I put was Simon Schuster. Well, Beyond Words is an affiliate of Simon Schuster. So I'm like, oh, look what I did. Look what I made. And then I remember I had all these studios that were listed there. And then I just made it smaller and got real specific about Disney. Oh, Disney Plus. Well, of course that's the one. It's the right fit. I just kept doing that. And then I would look at this book and I was looking at it as if. It's the as if. It's the
Living
dreamland, right? Living from the end. Yeah. And the one thing that I think is interesting is I've heard you say, and I heard Kim Calvert when she was on, she's also a success coach and just wonderful. She's like, 5 years in, I don't really know how this works. I just keep doing it. And that's the key. I just keep doing it. And I wait as one who understands, and I keep doing the work.
Yeah.
And
yes, that's key right there. I want everyone to understand what Mick said is absolutely key. Minna wrote in the chat box, "You are what you think about." True. Absolutely true. Thank you. What you are comes to you, says Waldo Emerson. Thank you, Vladdy.
And you all, and I'm saying this to myself as well, you have the power to intervene in your life. You are not just drifting like a leaf on a river. You can alter the course of your life. And if you want to know how, Peggy will show you. You use your imagination. This is a superpower, imagination, and then your focused attention. Those two things, those will give you everything. The power that you, to create the dreams that you want, they're inside already, using your imagination. So you get to make things up, which is so much fun. And then you just focus your attention on where you want to go. So I remember someone had one time asked me, well, why do you have that book, the Bible? Why do you have your Bible? Why do you have a Power Life script? Why do you write down your goal? Why are you doing that? I mean, it just seems like a lot of extra work, like, because it's so important for you to stay in your wish, in the place as if it's already happened. That's why Peggy said, when she said, type in the chat box about your goal as if it's already happened.
Mm-hmm.
You got to live there. I remember I watched a biography of Dolly Parton on Netflix. Have you seen that, Peggy?
No, I have not.
Okay, it's a great, and they interview all these different people. So imagine you guys all know Dolly Parton. Imagine at one point she just got up. She decided, okay, I'm going to be a country singer, and I'm going to play the guitar, and I'm going to write a song every day. That was her. If I'm a country singer, I got to write a song. And then she began to create this personality. She began to wear wigs, and she began to wear the clothes of this made up person. And I remember that Jane Fonda was talking about having met her and started working with her and Lily Tomlin for 9 to 5. And she said, never once did she see her out of costume. Costume meaning the costume of Dolly Parton.
Right.
Dolly Parton persisted in showing up as Dolly Parton.
That's beautiful.
She just did. So all you have to do, I mean, it's so simple, but as Phil says, it's simple but not easy, because we've got all these things that are pulling us in other ways, and that's why you have to snap out of it. Wake up. If you want to skip levels, you gotta have someone that's going to help you get there. And that's why, I mean, Peggy, I know I've ripped a lot of the hems of your pants, because I'm a dog with a bone. I don't go away. I show up.
Well, you're so amazing. And, you know, one of the things I love about you, besides your amazing personality and just who you are, is your determination. You know, like they say, you're like the people you hang out with. And Mick had mentioned we're like best friends. I met him 7 years ago, and we really are. Like, he is a very cherished friend. But why do I love Mick so much? Well, I love Mick because he's a product of the product. You know, he lives and breathes this stuff. We're like-minded. We share in it. He lives this. Now, if he didn't, we wouldn't be seeing evidence of it. You wouldn't be seeing evidence. And of course, we're going to see even more evidence of Mick's success in the future, for sure. I like what Donna wrote. Donna wrote in the chat box on the right-hand side, a place of certainty. A place of certainty. It's already done. That's where you live from. But where are you living from? You have to first decide, where is it? You know, Bob Proctor used to say this, and I was sometimes a little bit confused about this statement. He used to say, you're trading your life for it. Or really, that's what we're doing, right? This is this precious thing called time. We don't know how much we have. No one knows how much time you have. It's precious. So when you're giving your conscious attention to what your life, you're trading your life for it. Now, for those that are not doing that, who are not involved in that, who haven't set a goal in their life, they're just casually going along, hoping and maybe praying that things will get better. Well, I'm here to tell you, it probably won't. It probably won't, right? Probably get worse, in fact. Yeah. You know, Bob Proctor used to tell that story about his uncle, who it was Christmas time, and his uncle and his aunt were running around with their credit cards, you know, running up their credit cards to buy gifts for the children. And they did this like every year. They went into debt, more debt to buy gifts for the children. And Bob says, I remember one time my uncle said to me, next year it's going to be different. And Bob said, no, it's not. And it's true, it's not, unless you do something about it, unless you make a decision and commit to it. Like if we sat here and we went over story after Dolly Parton, a great example, persist until you succeed. You must persist until you succeed. And as we heard from Ursula, it's a journey. This is a journey, and you can choose for it to be enjoyable. You can choose for all of it to be fun. And if something doesn't go your way or the way that you expected it, like it wasn't one of the publishers that Mick had written on a spreadsheet, it is what it is. The perfect scenario to get you to where you want to go will absolutely unfold if and when you stay committed to that outcome, which is what you must do. You may deviate. You may be off track. You're likely going to be off track. You're likely going to be off track most of the time, like an airplane with the autopilot, but you got to recognize it. You have to have the awareness to put yourself right back on track.
And so I think the most important example I can use of why you must persist in the Power Life script and the writing of your goal of revisiting it. So imagine that you're getting ready for bed and you decide that you're going to brush your teeth with your left hand. Let's say you're right-handed, right? And so you start brushing your teeth with your right hand, and you're determined to finish your whole mouth with your left hand. So you start brushing and your mind wanders, and then you remind yourself, oh yeah, left, and your brush is in your right hand. When did that happen? Why did that happen? Okay, put it back. And you have to be so diligent on this. And it's like you're training a dog who's like squirrel, squirrel, squirrel all the time. You got to be, hey, no, you got to be the adult here. So you are the master that is behind all of that, all of your conditioning. And you have to get in touch with that master and start telling your paradigms and your conditioning, no, you're not doing that anymore. Get back on it. And what the Power Life script and the affirmations and all the stuff that Peggy says, all of these tools, they are just tools to keep you in line and aligned with your goal, where you're going.
You know, Mick, something else that you said caused me to reach onto my bookshelf and grab this book by Neville Goddard called Infinite Potential. Do you remember you and I studying this in Florida about a year and a half ago? So Mick had come down to Florida. My husband and I usually go there in the winter time for a month or two, and Mick usually comes and joins us. I don't think we've ever not been there where you haven't come and joined us. And we're studying this together. We're sitting out in the patio, and at the cottage, we're usually swinging our double hammock together and we study together. But we were reading this book, and what I was reminded of, Mick, is in here, there's a section where people ask Neville Goddard questions and he answers the questions. And one of the questions that was asked of Neville Goddard is the following. The question was asked something like this, and I'm paraphrasing, but it was a question like, if I just believed that I was a great writer, could I be a great writer? And his answer was yes. And then he did talk about, you said this earlier, Mick, you said writers are readers. You know, one of the reasons, and that's what I felt too. When I decided to write my first book, I hadn't had any training. I didn't go to journalist school. I mean, I barely squeaked through high school. I have my report cards over there. You'd probably want a good laugh. We could look at those. So, you know, I wasn't a great student. And so when I decided to write the book, the reason why I felt confident I could do it is because I had read lots of them. I had read hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of books, probably thousands of books, because I'd been in the study. I was so passionate about the study. And I just figured, well, like you can tell the characteristics of a well-written book, right? And just like I said with Savvy Wisdom, I knew that if I was going to write a fiction like Mick's book, Still in the Timekeepers, that you got to grab the reader's attention, you got to hold it, and you got to keep it throughout where they don't want to put your book down. That's the way you want to write. You want to write in that way. But all of this, everything that we're talking about here is really about believing in the unseen. We're talking about you deciding what it is that you'd really love. Mick chose to be a billionaire author. Are there other billionaire authors out there? Yeah. J.K. Rowling is a billionaire. First author to become a billionaire author. Where did she come from? Where did she come from? If you know her story, she was a single mom with a young child on welfare living in a flat in London, England, where she said she couldn't even afford to pay the heat. She couldn't pay the heat. Now talk about transformation going from where she was to where she, but you know what? She was that dog with a bone. She never gave up. That's what I see with Mick. That's what I see for all of you. It's not just the success is not something that the Almighty goes and chooses. Okay, well, okay, Sarah can have success and Robert can have success and Liv can have success and Jamie can have success. And well, Mick too. Okay, we'll let Mick, and this one can't and that one can't and that one can't. Anybody can create success as an author. The only prerequisite for being successful is, can you fog a mirror? That's what I believe. Like I used to bring mirrors with me and give them away to members in the audience. And I'd say, okay, everybody grab your mirror. And so they'd grab their mirror and I'd say, okay, so hold your mirror just like about an inch away from your mouth. And everybody would do this. They'd all stand up and I'd say, okay, now do this. And I'd say, if you fog that mirror, you can be wealthy. You can have anything that you want if you fog that mirror. That's the prerequisite for being successful. Now, everyone's going to fog the mirror. I will tell you, though, sometimes people said, I didn't fog the mirror.
I think they're in my next book, actually, The Living Dead.
Well, I think their dreams are dead. But why would it be that somebody wouldn't see that they fogged the mirror?
Right.
Paradigms, right? Paradigms.
Yeah.
It's like you're in your own way. Like Mick, you know the story of many, many years ago, we're going back, I don't know how many years ago now, but I was looking at a home that was $1 million more than the one that we were previously in. And then I talked to Bob Proctor and he said, $1 million's neither big nor small, only thinking makes it. So if you want the house, get the house. You are the only one standing in your way. You're the only one standing in your way. And he was absolutely right. And
It
so,
is true.
yeah, a couple hours later, I had a book cover done.
The other thing is, I forgot what I was going to say.
The other thing is, that's what it started with. The other thing is.
Well, I'm taking notes right now. And the other thing that I want you all to understand is that, have you ever seen that PowerPoint? It says, here you are, and here's your goal. There's a straight line. That's in our lives, in our mind. Like, oh, we're going to get to our goal. Well, you have to live from that place. But then it says reality, and it's like this squiggly off track.
Yes.
So we are off track, what, 90% of the time? For me, that's what it is. In other words, my hand, I force myself to write with my left hand now. I'm actually, it looks pretty good. My penmanship is not that great, but I write every day. And suddenly it was in my right hand. So you have to be aware. It's about an awareness. The other thing that is really important, you cannot listen or surround yourself with dream stealers. And if people are not aware of, number one, of this work, or they're not aware that they can fog a mirror, that they can be the creator of their destiny, then you've got to put yourself in places where people are going to cheer you on. They're going to hold you and the vision that you have as who you are now. So everyone on this call, what are there, like 20,000? I don't know what the number is.
Yeah, something like that.
Right, in my mind, that's what I'm thinking. All of you think I'm a billionaire author. Do you know why? Because like Dolly Parton, I am. I just believe it. So one thing that I did, this is a super cool thing you guys can do. Never listen to no, never hear no. So remember when I was talking about what Phil said, don't ever read another review? I just have to tell you that in the reality of me sitting in Phil's office and him saying, read this, and I was, deflated. That's not true, because I reframed that. Oh my God, the review, she just went on and on and on and on and on, how great I was. And I get to tell myself that. So you guys, it feels like make-believe, but how much more fun is it to make stuff up?
Yeah, totally agree. That's fun. Well, thank you so much, Mick. We're going to bring you back on in a little bit. I'm going to go back to the PowerPoint presentation. That was amazing. And you can check out the chat box a little bit later and see all the love that you've been receiving and how you've inspired so many people. I really appreciate you. I love you. I'm so happy to have you on the Dynamic Destinies team. It's fun to be co-serving with you, and you're just an amazing person.
Well, I love you too, Peggy. And I love you not just because I now know you, but I love you because you keep me real in the unseen. You keep me focused on that, and that is so important. So I feel like I get to show up. I get to work with you. I have the opportunity to work with you. And if somebody schedules a call with me and we're talking, please understand, I'm showing up as somebody who, Peggy and her material changed my life. So I'm telling you that, okay, you could say, oh, I don't have time or I don't have money. Okay, well then go ahead and let that stupid idea, sorry to be judgy, but that stupid idea control you. The truth is, work with Peggy, sign up, work with me, understand that I was serving sugary drinks at 30,000 feet to very cramped in, grumpy people. And now look at this, billionaire author.
Amazing.
Thank you, Peggy.
So much, Mick. I really appreciate you. You're amazing. All right. Well, he's not going anywhere. He'll still be with us. He'll be in the room. So we'll be able to hear a little bit more from Mick in a little bit. I love what Leonilla wrote in the chat box. So lucky to be able to listen to a billionaire author. Absolutely true. Thank you for that. And thank you for acknowledging Mick and sending him some appreciation. Do you realize that by you being appreciative, you're appreciating your life? Simple concept, but I just want to point that out because we're here to serve you and to help you, and it'll definitely help you. Okay, let's go back over to our presentation here, because we're going to talk about a very important subject. Money. Show me the money. How many of you saw that movie with Jerry Maguire, or movies called Jerry Maguire? Yeah, show me the money. And that's what we're going to talk about next. I want to talk to you about how to, and this isn't, as you've noticed from what we've been discussing here for the last couple hours, is that that's the Dynamic Destinies headquarters phone ringing, by the way. But what we've been discussing here in the last couple of hours is really beneficial to you. What we've talked about for the hour and 52 minutes that we've been here together so far can absolutely change your life. And it can change your life in so many amazing ways, so many powerful ways. And so having money, if money is something that you would love, and I think it's something that can really make a positive difference in your life. Like, I came from a poor environment. I remember going to school with ripped clothes and being embarrassed by the way that I looked and being embarrassed by the way that we lived. And I mean, I didn't know then what I know now. But I know now from having prosperity in my life, just how amazing it can be and the many positive benefits from it as well. So there are numerous ways that you as an author can earn any amount of money, billions, if that's what you wish, as we just heard from our billionaire author, Mick Peterson. So I'm going to talk about just some of those ideas now. As you know, we're only here for a limited period of time today. We're going to invite you to work with us beyond this. And we'll talk a little bit more about this a little later, but let's look at some ways that authors earn money. Here's one way: royalties. You can earn royalties from the sale of your books. Now, whether you're self-published or published, you can still earn royalties. And what does that mean? Every time your book sells, you're earning money. Well, even if it's 50 cents, you're earning money. Because I've been an author for 20 years and studied success and studied successful authors, I've seen numerous authors that have earned, I've seen young girls that have earned millions of dollars just by writing books and marketing them online and having them be a success. Now, I mentioned to you earlier that Savvy Wisdom is a book that's in paperback hardcover, ebook, audio. It's not in large print, but that's another format. I have one of my books on my bookshelves here. That's a 21 Distinctions of Wealth. That's in a large print format that was published by, I'm assuming this is published by Hay House, because that's who bought the rights to the book, but it looks like it's a company called, anyways, Hay House must have, yeah, it's a Hay House publication. So this is what they call the large print edition for visually impaired. So it's a larger font, but as that sells, more royalties. If a publisher is something that you love, and that's what Mick's route, he actually self-published first, made his book an international bestseller, and then sold the rights to a publishing house and received an advance. I've received advances, significant advances for the sale of my books where publishers picked up the rights to the book. Now, when your book's out there in the world and it's selling, there's no limit to what you can earn. And you never know where that book is going to show up. You never know what's going to cause it. Like when I launched my first book on being the creator of your destiny, I used internet marketing techniques. And because I used internet marketing techniques, what I discovered is that people in the world are hungry. They're hungry, not for food, but for information. They're hungry for help. There's so many billions of people out there that really want help, and they can get that in books. They can also get it in programs. But when my book started to launch and I sold it in all these countries all over the world, people started reaching out to me, the author, and saying, what else do you have? What about a course? What about a program? And that just evolved into other forms of products and services and programs and mentoring and things like that, which just scales your business. I mean, you can create a revenue model that will scale, that will grow, and there's no limit, absolutely no limit in sight to where you can go. But this is typically the way a lot of people believe that authors earn money. And yes, it is a way that authors earn money, but it's not the only way that authors earn money. So a lot of things that I've done over the years was created online programs. That's something else I've done. If you're looking at the screen right now in the top left-hand corner, you'll see a copy of my second book called The 8 Proven Secrets to Smart Success that only became a book after it was a course. So I'd created a course. I was offering it online. I was selling it online. And I spoke at a conference in Chicago. And one of the speakers that was there came up to me afterwards and he said, if you take that course and you put it into a book, I could sell thousands of them, because he sold books to special markets. What were his special markets? They were organizations such as Amway, network marketing, direct sales organizations, where they have thousands and tens of thousands of members. So he heard me speak, and I was talking about marketing online because I had promoted my first book and sold out all the first edition of my book. And then I talked about creating a course and putting that program together and selling that online. And then he came up to me and said, oh, I could sell thousands of these. Did I know in advance that that guy was going to be in the audience and that he was going to come up to me and say, oh, I could sell thousands of copies of your book? You never know. You never know where you're going to be, who's going to be in the audience, what kind of connections you're going to make, and what it's going to lead to. It's like when Mick was talking about when him and I met in May 2014, he met Phil Goldfine at the same time or around the same time. And then the card literally falls out of the pile of paperwork that he has on his desk that drew his attention. And then Phil falls in love with Mick's book, Stella and the Timekeepers, and wants to do so much more than just secure him a publishing deal. That's not what Phil does, but it's what Phil did for Mick. And he sees it as this billion-dollar franchise, this empire that's being built from products into movies and series and a theme park and all of that. And the vision got a whole lot bigger, and it just expanded because it was something that the author, Mick Peterson, was very passionate about. Darn Easy is a book that I co-authored with my very good friend, Brian Proctor. Brian Proctor and I have been friends since the 1980s. We're very close friends. He's another one of my very close friends. And Brian and I decided to write a book together. So we made the decision, we're going to write the book. And, we said, okay, you write a chapter, I'll write a chapter. Let's get together in a week and see what we've done. Week goes by, nothing written. Okay, well, let's do it this week. Okay, another week goes by, nothing written. neither one of us really felt like writing. And it was something that we'd never gone, down the road before of co-authoring a book. So I said to Brian, I said, I have an idea. What if we put together a course on the topic of darn easy, work half as hard, earn twice as much while you're living the life of your dreams? We'll teach it together. We'll have the course transcribed, and then we'll have that become the content for the book. Now that accomplished a couple of things. One, we got paid to write the book because we sold it as a course, right? Two, it got the content of the book created, where we then handed it over to an editor, and then they cleaned it up, and we worked with them to produce a phenomenal product that the publisher, McGraw-Hill, bought the rights to that book. But that's a book, and anyone can do this. Viral explosions. I mentioned that I've been marketing online for many years. I started in 1995, had my website up. I was very early into the game with the World Wide Web when it opened. I actually hired a guy to program to create a shopping cart for my website before there were even shopping carts available. A lot of things were being done manually, but I've been marketing online for a long time, effectively marketing online, which means results. So I decided I'm going to write a book called Viral Explosions, Proven Techniques to Expand, Explode, or Ignite Your Business or Your Brand Online. I wrote that back around 2007, I believe it was, 2008. And that came straight out of courses that I was teaching on internet marketing. How to make your book a bestseller, how to extend beyond the book and other revenue sources. Mick had talked about the complete author program, and similar things for the Millionaire Author, Manifest My Bestseller, Your Book, Your Business, Your Breakthrough. Many of these books were created as a result of, or courses were created first, and so the books came later. So the books were created as a result of a course. Now, what does that mean for you? What it means for you is that you can come up with an idea. And I was chatting with someone yesterday who was talking about getting their book done, and they were feeling challenged that, they needed to dedicate the time to get the book written. And we were talking about their book. And I said, what if you put together, and now this individual is also looking to build their brand online. And I said, what if you put together, even if it's a free course? Now, this is going to accomplish some things too. One, build your brand. Two, get people to know who you are and what your knowledge is. Three, as you record the content, if you decide to organize it in a way that you can teach it, you're going to have content for your book. It's going to make it a lot easier. Plus, it's going to contribute to you building your own platform. And so that was a suggestion that I made to one of my private mentoring clients yesterday. So a course can come first. So it doesn't have to be the book first and a course later. You could create a course first and then create a book. Now, many of you already have books already out there. You could create another course, as I mentioned, 19 books later. So here's an idea for earning income. And courses have contributed to many people's lives to the tunes of millions and millions of dollars in revenue. And it's not about the earning the money. It's about making a difference, bringing something of value to the world where you're compensated, because there's a law of compensation, which determines that the amount of money that you're going to earn is going to be in direct proportion to three things. One, the need for what you do. Two, your ability to do it. And three, the difficulty there is in replacing you. And Bob Proctor always says, when he's talking about the law of compensation, focus on number two, which is your ability to do it. So the more you're out there in the world and you're sharing and you're caring and you're delivering great value, the more it's going to help you. It's going to help you as you're helping others. Now, here's a couple books that the book went out first, like Savvy Wisdom. I released in January 2021, just a few months ago. And as soon as the book was released, Bob Proctor called me and he said, I've been thinking about Savvy Wisdom. And he's so in love with that book. And he said, create a course, call it Savvy's Proven Success Principles. And he said, base it on the lessons that Sophie learned from Savvy in the book. I said, brilliant idea. He gave me the title. He told me to do it. 2 weeks later, the course was launched and done and delivered. You got to move. You got to take action. You know that expression, universe loves speed? It loves speed. You get rewarded for moving into action. I released my New York Times bestseller, Your Destiny Switch. And what I did was I created a course as soon as I released the book, right after I released the book, and I called the course Power Emotions, because this book is based on the nature and the power of your emotions, understanding how you're an emotional being. We all are, men and women, and you want to master your key emotions so that you are attracting your life of your dreams. So the book is full of great, brilliant advice, but it's also extended because I created a course afterwards. Now, I use that course for a couple of things. One is anyone that bought large quantities of Your Destiny Switch were actually given the course. So I threw it in as a bonus, which accomplished a couple things, got people in the course, and two, got large quantities of the book out there in the world as well. So kept the momentum going, kept the sales going. People loved Your Destiny Switch. They were buying it by the caseload. And also it was a course that I created that I could then sell. So yeah, you could use it to give away, certain things for lead generation or for extra bonuses or whatever, but it also became a course that I could sell. The other advantage when you're doing this type of thing like courses is they become timeless if the information is timeless. So if we think about any of the information in any of nonfiction books, it's usually timeless. Now, Viral Explosions was more about an internet marketing thing, which might have been more appropriate for the timing. So those kinds of books tend to go out of date if they're specific to a type of strategy that's popular at the time, right? So here's just a couple of examples of books that were first and then became courses later. You could also create books that you may or may not sell at some point, but could be used as a lead generator for other courses where you create the book, and they don't have to be big, long books. They could be short, could be relatively short. You could call it a booklet if you want, but these books are all designed so that you get credibility out there in the world, because as soon as people see your name on a book, they assume you must know what you're talking about. And so I've used these books that you're looking at right here, Power Life Script, which is a quick start guide, how to write the script of your life and live it now, because we have a program called Power Life Script. Yes to the Dream is about how to manifest your dream home, because I have a program called Manifest Your Dream Home. We created a quick start guide for $1 million in a month, because I used to teach a program called $1 million in a month. Some of the people that are on this call right now were a part of that. Now, we may be bringing out another version of that later on in the future. We started discussions on that yesterday. But anyways, the point is, you can create a book that could become a lead generator. But could these books also be made available for sale on Amazon.com? Could you self-publish it and bring it out? Yes. Could you sell it yourself? Yes. You can do some of those things, all of those things, none of those things if you want to, but that is also possible. Nick Singal, who's a very savvy internet marketer, always wanted to write a book. I'd met him through my good friend Brian Proctor and spoke at a number of Onyx Singal's events. And he asked me for guidance and help for him to get his book done, his first book done, which was called The Circle of Profit. But what Nick did, rather than just release a book to the world, which he self-published and brought out to the world, he made it, when he launched his book, he made it available for free. But in the book, there's a link, and he gave away the the electronic copy of the book, and he was selling the physical copy of the book, but he gave away the electronic copy of the book. And by giving it away, he had 300,000 people download the book. Inside the book, there was a link to go to a seminar online or a webinar online, which gave people some really great value. And then from there, the people that went to his webinar were, they were recommended to take one of his courses, which they did. And within 2 weeks, he generated just under $12 million in 2 weeks. Now let's take a look at Onyx Singal is an internet marketer. But you know what? It's a model for success. This is what I study and I teach, models of success. It's fascinating to see what people have done. But the truth is, what they have done, what I have done, what we have done, anyone can do. Anyone can do. You have to have the desire. Is anyone getting excited about what the possibilities are, the opportunities are for you? Yeah, Sherry, absolutely. I love it. I love it. Absolutely, says Renata. Yes. Sarah says, wow, wow, wow. I really like this idea. Sean, oh yes. Carolyn, for sure. Oh yes, 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 yes. I have a Nick's book, says Tyra. Wonderful. Yes, says Callie. iPhone says yes. Yes, so thrilled, says Christine. Julie, we. I love that. Ursula, so precious. Angela, completely. Liv, yes. Eva, yes. Margarita, of course. Okay. All right. Well, I won't read every one of them. It's true. Now, how many of you, what I really want to do is I want to like get out there and bring you in here. Can you see this for you? Can you see what's possible for you? Yeah. That's what I want you to resonate with. I want you to put yourself in the shoes of whatever it is that you want to create as a success. All right, great, wonderful. Okay, I'm already there, Margarita. Wow, that's a powerful session. Woohoo! And Liv is having some breakthroughs. Beautiful. All right, great. Yes. Okay. I'm going to go back to my presentation. We're going to be bringing Vladdy on a little while as well. I want her to share, you know, what's been happening for her as well, and some of the valuable lessons that she's experienced from that. But just take a moment, okay, and really think about this concept. What are we looking at here? This is the amount of e-commerce that's going on online right now. Now, how many of you buy stuff online? I'm pretty sure everybody's hand is going to go up. We all do. I bought my daughter-in-law, as a matter of fact, I don't know if you noticed, there was a text that came in from my daughter-in-law, Kayla, while we've been on this call, because the birthday gift that I ordered for her has arrived, and she was sending me some thank you texts on my phone. And the industry online, and you know, with COVID in the last year and a half, or about a year and a half, people are where? Home. Where are they buying? Home. Where are they studying? From home, right? It's so acceptable now. And look at the growth, $4.8 trillion. And you know, there's no prerequisite other than the fogging of the mirror for anyone to build their empire online. Anyone can do this. Anyone can do this. I remember a number of years ago, I was doing a program with my good friend Bob Proctor, Mary Morrissey, and Gay Hendricks. We called the event Making a Million Look Small. Making a Million Look Small. And the four of us, Bob, Mary, Gay, and myself, we would all present. We would do weekend events together. And because the course was called, or the program was called Making a Million Look Small, I was focusing on online marketing, you know, authors earning millions or billions. And one of the presentations that I did for the audience, because I could see where people's paradigms get in the way. You know, people start thinking, oh, that's fine for that person, but I can't do it. Or, oh yeah, well, that guy did it because, you know, he had connections. You know, they just think about all the reasons why not, right? That's destructive, negative thinking that should be tossed. It's never going to support you, never going to support you. You must have a belief that this is possible for you. So one of the presentations that I did was a presentation on kids, children who had earned millions of dollars. I did this presentation for like a couple hours, all children under the age of 18 that had generated millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. Kids, anybody can be doing this. There's no discrimination. Now, if we look at, I'm just going to play with some numbers for a little while, if you will, just play with numbers. Like one of the things that I encourage people to do, as you know, or may not know, is set goals, right? Set objectives, be specific. What would you love? And then when you've decided, then you can start playing with numbers. Okay, so let's say I was a coach and I was offering my coaching as a service. And by the way, we have something called Destiny Coaches, where we can teach you how to be a coach. We've got a number of our Destiny coaches that are on this call right now, and Mick or Vladdy can talk to you about that. But let's say you're a coach and you had, you know, you're charging $5,000. You had 175 members. It's a group coaching group. So everyone's into the same group. Maybe you're meeting with them every week for 12 weeks. And let's say you did that multiple times throughout the day, maybe 4 times throughout the year, not the day, throughout the year. So here's an example, working with a group of individuals over a 12-week period, 175 people, that's $875,000. Now, if you did that 4 times a year, or even twice a year, even if you did it twice a year, I'm just going to do my calculator here. Now, 4 times a year, that would be $3.5 million. If you did it twice a year, half that, obviously, right? 1.75 would be the amount of money. You play with these numbers. Private mentoring. Let's say you're doing private mentoring, you're charging $12,000 and you only work with 35 people throughout that year, 420,000. There's just over $1 million in revenue. What are you doing? Coaching. This not only offers great value to the world, and we actually created the whole coaching program. We teach you how to set up your business. We teach you how to promote your business. We give you the course to coach from. It's already designed. 1.295. I'm just, as I said, just playing with numbers here. Let's say you decide to have a high-end mastermind group. And I know there are a number of people, colleagues of mine that have these high-end mastermind programs. They charge $120,000 to attend. Even if they only get 20 people, 2.4 million. Or let's say you create your own certification program. You charge 10,000, you get 1,000 people, 10 million. Let's say you license your program. So the people, the 1,000 people that they're promoting your program, but yet they pay a fee back to you of, let's say, $695, that's 6,950,000. Or you do something simple. Maybe you do a variety of these things, one of these things, a couple of these things. Maybe you only charge $10 a month for 12 months, but you have 100,000 people. Remember, there's 4.2 billion people online. 100,000 is just a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of the amount of people that are online. And you only did that. That's potentially 12 million. Or let's say you create a franchise. One of my clients did this. She had a brilliant service, was offering it. She had to be in front of a client to earn money. And she said, what if I trained people to do what I do? And I sold it as a franchise. I said, great. She started to do it. She actually charges more than 25,000. I think she charges twice that, or maybe around 45,000. You could put 100 people through that, 12,500,000. And let's say that those franchisees are out there selling your program, but they have to pay you $500 to use your materials. And let's say you've got 100 of them selling and they bring in 5,000 clients. There's $500,000 for you. Or maybe you have a physical product you're selling, they're selling, and you're earning $125 every time they sell your physical product. There's a revenue model of just under $20 million. Or let's say you get a book, you write your book and you sell 30,000 copies. There's 300,000, you've earned $10 a book. But let's say you decide you're going to offer a course and you're selling that for 1,500 and 7,500 people take that. There's 11 million. Or you're doing a weekend event, an intensive kind of weekend event, and you're selling that for 20,000 and you get 1,000 people into it. There's $20 million. Now, these numbers that I'm sharing with you, I know people that have done numbers like this and even better. That's why I'm really mentioning the beginning of our time here together to open up your mind to what's possible for you. And in order for you to manifest any result in your life, you got to believe it's possible. You got to believe and know and see that it's already in your life right now. And maybe you do something where you've got multiple sources of income. This was a spreadsheet that I had set up to show. I had a program that I offered. I was selling it for $297. Now, once you make that available and you bring it to the market and you launch it, what can you do? Keep promoting it and keep promoting it and keep promoting it. And it gets better and better and better and better. And then ultimately, look at this, a $297 program, you launch it, maybe get 1,000 people into it. Next month, you get a couple thousand more and more and more. By the end of the year, you're getting 12,000 people into it, total of 66,000. That's 19 million from a $297 program. Or you got a membership site. Membership sites are wonderful. Why? Recurring revenue. Every month, the revenue's coming in your door. All you have to have is one idea. When Ursula and I were speaking this morning, an idea popped in my mind for a membership club. Just pop, boom. You see, when you're living as if you're already the success that you desire, ideas are going to pop. They're going to show up. And I know some of you are already getting them right here, right now. Let's say you have a membership site and you're only charging $67 a month. It's not a lot of money. And by the end of the year, you have 104,000. Not a lot of people compared to the billions of people that are online. That could be producing $7 million in revenue. Or let's say you have a program where you're selling a certification and you only have 250 people in it. That's still 2.5 million. Or maybe you're doing live events and you're charging $5,000, but you're just doing them a few times throughout the year. Or you have that program that you're selling, or you're selling other people's stuff and you're earning a commission from their sales. They create the product, they deliver the product, but you're an affiliate because you have all these people in your database now. Another way to add to your sources of income. And then your book, of course, or other people's stuff, or whatever else you're going to create, another program. And as I said, there's no limit, absolutely no limit to what you can create. But the truth is, it's in the marketing. This is the secret part of it all. You could have the best program in the world. You could have the best book or books in the world. But if the world doesn't know about it, what good is it going to do? You've got to market yourself. And that's what I teach, by the way. I've been doing this myself. This is not somebody who's just out there blowing smoke up people's bum-bums. I live this every day, constantly working on understanding more. But as the internet changes, I love it. I thrive on it. I absolutely love change. I love technology. I've been in the technology space since I graduated from high school. I started working on a mini computer. Then I went to work for the mini computer manufacturer. This is long before microcomputers were even available. Always been on the leading edge of technology because I love how it impacts people's lives positively. That's what I love about it. That's what I love about helping others impact other people's lives positively. That's what's important. But if you're sitting there thinking, oh, that's fine, Peggy, but yeah, it won't work for me. I can't do that. I'm not technical enough. I'm not a savvy entrepreneur. Like, I don't even know if people would even want to hear what I have to say, or what do I have to teach? Like, honestly, if you're thinking any of those thoughts, I want you to have the awareness right now to understand it's destructive. Not because you're going to judge it. You're not going to judge it. You're simply going to have the awareness of what is going on. Because what's going on, if you're having any of these thoughts at any time, is destruction. You want to shut it down. Whether it's you're hearing your father's voice or your mother's voice that Mick had mentioned, and I totally get that because I had that too. Not everybody had that. I noticed the comments in the chat box. But if there's anything that's in your way right now, or you think is in your way, push it aside. It's not going to serve you. It's going to hold you back like an anchor that's in the water, holding the boat back from going forward. You might even have the accelerator down, pushing like I'm going for it, but still believing it's not possible for you, or thinking I can't do it. That is destructive thinking. It will never, ever, ever serve you. And nothing stays the same. Things are either getting better or they're getting worse. You get to decide. Yes, it can be a challenge. It can be a challenge to make these changes. But when you're consistent and persistent, you must be consistent and persistent. It must become a way of life for you. And if things haven't happened the way you want them to happen, that's okay. It's in the past. What will you learn from it? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what happened yesterday. Yesterday's right where it belongs, in the past. Do not judge yourself. Do not criticize yourself. Do not feel bad about it. It's not going to serve you. Just let it go. Let it go. And the antidote is to believe in yourself. Even if you have a little tiny window of belief that we can open up and make it bigger and better and stronger. Even if you have a little itty bitty belief that it's possible for you, which it is. And if you don't believe in my belief, because absolutely you can create extraordinary results like the people that I'm sharing, if not even better. If not even better. Like when I met Mick, and as you can see, and I could see the love that all of you were sending to Mick, he is an incredible human being. I just love him. He's so important. I don't love him in a romantic way. Mick is my best friend. He's my best friend. He is, because he believes in his dream. He inspires me. I remember when we went to Universal Studios, and he went off on this meeting with Phil Goldfine, went to the executive dining room at Universal Studios, and how Phil turned him around and said, look at that. Welcome to Hollywood royalty. This is where you belong. Mick inspires me to be better. He does, because he's going for his dream and he's not letting go. And I suggest you do absolutely the same. You've got to believe in yourself. Belief is an emotional muscle. It's a muscle within all of us. Whether it's strong or not is totally up to you. But the truth is, you can build it. You can build your emotional muscle of belief to be so strong that you become unstoppable, that you just create success after success after success after success after success. In 2002, when I flew to Los Angeles to go to Mark Victor Hansen's mega book marketing event, I met a woman by the name of Arielle Ford. Arielle Ford used to be a publicist, and she was a publicist for people like Wayne Dyer, Neil Donna Walsh, Debbie Ford, her sister. I met Arielle at that event. We have become very close friends. As a matter of fact, we're accountability partners as well. And the reason why I mention Arielle is because she's become a very close friend of mine. And when I met her, you know, she was like a celebrity, you know, someone, but why she chose to be a friend of mine and why we became such good friends is because of our like-minded philosophy. And she'll send me messages, like we send each other accountability reports every Sunday. We'll send each other, okay, these are the things that I've been grateful I've accomplished this week. And she'll send back, oh, of course, you're the manifestation queen. You know, you're the manifestation queen. Only because of the dedication and the commitment to the study, like Ursula. You know, we see Ursula who made a decision. She got in one program, then another program, another program. She's a destiny coach. She chose to go for private mentoring. She's already creating success. Why? Because she understands the importance of being invested in you, because results can and will get better and better and better when you get better and better and better. That's the way it works. But you've got to believe in yourself. You got to believe in yourself more than anyone would ever believe in themselves. That's what you must do. You must believe in you. You must believe in your success. You must live as if that success is already in your life right now, just as our billionaire author, Mick Peterson does. Just as our billionaire author, Mick Peterson does. That's what you must do. And it's going to take some time. It's absolutely going to take some time, but the rewards are enormous. The rewards are amazing. Your life is going to get better and better and better. Now, we do have a lot more training that we're going to go through. I want to come back and see you guys here for a moment. We're going to just take a moment. I want to bring in a woman who is just another extraordinary being that I have been blessed to know. And this is a young lady that I met about a year ago. In fact, there she is, Vladi Kanova, who I want you to meet. I know a number of you already know Vladi, but not everybody here knows Vladi. But more importantly, just like Mick shared with you, there's so many great, valuable lessons that we can learn from those that have made the investment in themselves, became serious students, and have transformed their life. So welcome, Vladi. I'm so happy to have you here. And Vladi is part of our team as well. She is our vice president of whatever. We gave her a really nice title. I always forget it, but it's a wonderful title. And Vladi, I want to thank you for being here and for just who you are in your heart and sharing. So would you be so kind as sharing your journey of being an author and what that has led to and how it's positively transformed your life as well?
Hi, Peggy. Hi, everyone. It's really hard to go after Mick, right? And I shouldn't say hard, but look at the rock star. I was like amazed with some of the stories I don't even know in such a details. I want to hear more. It is really beautiful. And I'm going to actually start with your belief, because that is what happened to me, and it is a year ago, and that's how I started actually. Peggy borrowing me her belief that I can do it. And yes, we all have the book inside of us, and it's easy to say it to everyone now, you know, like I've been on a calls with so many of you. I was like, you've got it, just bring it out and share it with the world. But it's the start is a little bit challenging to kind of decide, but I will say decide. And I've become an international best-selling author, which now I wear with a proud title. Like Peggy said, it doesn't take that much, like you don't have to sell that many books. But I was surprised how many people actually react to you being an author on such a different level than being a coach. And I don't mean it in a bad way, because I'm the proudest coach ever and I love my job ever, and coaching people is completely changing my life. But when you combine them two, it's like a bonus bliss. It's people would respond to being an author to me much better than being a coach. It's not better, but it's like drawing their attention more. And what it is, what happened to me, I've just had an idea to write a book, and I've decided to be grateful to Peggy and Bob for all the teachings, because I've dived into, I mean, you probably more all know the story, but when I've transformed the life, I started studying with them, and I really wanted to say thank you to them for, and I should say thank you, because now I understand it was me who changed my life thanks to them. But when you don't have a mentorship, you just can't move the way you do it without, and I'm going to say the word can't, because it is not possible to get where you want to go without the mentor. And it doesn't matter what mentor. I now train physically. It doesn't matter what part of the life you're changing. I don't think you can achieve the results you can with someone who understands what they're doing, and they've done it before, they have the results. It's just completely different experience, and it's faster and easier with them, because otherwise you're in this land of not knowing. And I've set an intention, and I believe now it's one of the most important things you can do. Set an intention to become an author and become one, like really become one. I love and live and breathe these materials. So I've decided to put the quotes together, which changed my life, not to go and Google them, put them together. So make your book about you, about your message, which you have to the world. It doesn't matter, there are billions of people, and everybody, every person writes a book or many books, it's just such a great experience. The most valuable lesson for me becoming an author was, sorry, now I have lots of deliveries, obviously. But what was the best experience is who I became in the process. I mean, the holding the book and being an author, it's so amazing, but who you become in a process, and that's what Peggy teaches us all the time. It's actually, and Ursula was talking about it, it's the journey. It's actually who you're meeting on the journey. Then you meet all these amazing authors, and you're in the thriving environment, and you sharing your message. And I think it's so important that you actually share the message with others, because there are so many people who need to hear you, your authentic you, the way you experience it, and the way you want to get the message out, whether it's private or because you're a spiritual human being. And I said that it's the connection. And I love Peggy's, I mean, Savvy Wisdom, you know, this is the only book I read 4 times. I that because, you know, I read the study materials over and over, but I'm more of a pick reader. Like, I know I'm focusing on faith, I would go through many books on the faith. I'm not really beginning to the end many times reader, but I've read Savvy Wisdom 4 times. I love it. And it's what, you know, you can feel, I mean, many of you read it, you can feel that it came through Peggy. And that's why I say, if you say, well, I don't know how to start the book, what I should do, make a notes, make a journal, like my ideas, and start writing down what comes to you. Because you may think, I don't know what the book would be about, but when you have a journal, and you can do this like 3 weeks, not a long time, and then you follow Peggy's programs, which for me, I have to say, without that, when I reached out to Peggy, I actually had my book kind of ready, and I'm gonna say ready, but then I realized how many things I had missing, so I had to go back into it and amend it. But I thought, my job is done here, and Peggy, would you please just send me to someone I can publish it, because I'm actually done. And that's not how it works, is it? So 95% of the job is marketing. And I, in my heart, really thought, well, that can't really be true. I know they say that, but I mean, you know, there must be something more than that, because writing and publishing is such a hard job. At that point, I thought. And no, it is true. You don't market yourself 95%, you do not have a success. And I realized that, and it is so important. I've spoken to many of you on a call about this program. You can save time and money, and you have access to Peggy. You have access to this beautiful group who are supporting each other. If you just have a question, you say, well, guys, which covers you used? Peggy actually uses lots of sorry.
I'm gonna go get that.
Don't worry. Okay, you leave it with neighbors. You more important. And it's the mindset as well. All the tools and visuals, when I print it, and I've had my cover of the book with the sticker of being an international bestseller, and I had it over 1 million copies sold. I still have it on my mirror in the bathroom. I mean, you spend so much time in your bathroom, you don't realize. I think it's the best place to have a quote. Now, when it comes to cleaning it, I'm like, oh, I have to take it all down. Or you go around it, you know, in a mirror. But you demand of yourself, which is another great book of Peggy, that I'm going to be the best author. And you actually schedule, demand principle, that is it.
And
I demand.
Nick wrote this book.
Well done.
Nick wrote this book. He was my ghostwriter.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's really good, because when you demand of yourself to be the bestseller, then you become one. And
Yeah.
it's the persistency. I mean, persistency is the key. I actually use this quote already too. Persistence is going to be part of my character from this moment. This is one of the first sentences I wrote when I signed up with Peggy and book studying. And I've been rewriting it every morning on my gratitude journal. Persistence is going to be part of my character from this moment. I just love it, because if you have persistence and faith, and you expect of yourself to become better and better in every way, every day, then you literally do. But I think it's the intention as well. Like for me, you set the intention what your book is going to be. And I knew that whoever touches my book, and it doesn't matter how many I sold or how many I'm going to still sell, is when the person opens the book, I've wished and intended for every person to have the transformation I had, and to receive the wisdom, love, and joy that it gave me.
Beautiful.
And if you set the intention with your book, I think the energy really works, that when people get it, they just receive that message which you intended for the people to receive with the book as well. So that is really important. And, you know, like, schedule your success. Like Peggy said, I actually wrote the book in 6 weeks. I now actually completed my first fairy tale. I have a series of 4, which I'm going to sort of publish. And I've given myself deadline, because I kind of left it hanging in there, not really focused. So I said to Peggy, actually, I texted her last week, I'm finishing this 3 books in next 2 months, no matter what. And
how was that? Done different genres, right? Like cross genres.
I wanted to do something for kids and impact the generation where they receive the message of a real values.
Beautiful.
And it's just something, you know, I'm passionate about kids and how they, but they is not complete until you put a zip on it. So, you know, I sometimes literally came to midnight and I thought, you know, end of the day, nah. End of the day will be 1:30 in the morning, because I intended that every day I will spend 1 hour writing it, so I wouldn't go to bed. And I literally just didn't, and 6 weeks gone, and then you go like, that was easy, because the first 3 days you sort of think like, well, you know, I'd rather sleep. And then you realize you're enjoying it, like everybody's asleep and you have this quiet moment, and just schedule the success. It really is. If you put it in a diary, it happens. And then you put a zip on it and go to bed and go to next day.
Beautiful.
So,
You can get some we're done, you know, when you operate your life that way as well. Talk about productivity and skipping levels. We talk about effective use of time, productivity, like really getting more out of your day than what you're getting right now. You know, I was noticing as you're sharing, Vladdy, thank you so much, that the right-hand side, George, who is an author who's on here, he's in love with writing his books. He was sharing that he loves writing, but he says he needs to market. You know, every author needs to learn how to market. That's the 95%. It doesn't matter if your books are published with publishing house. This book is published with a publishing house. I put it on the New York Times bestseller list. This book here, I'm ripping apart my bookshelf, Darn Easy, published by McGraw-Hill. I put this on the map, you know, by marketing. You got to know how to market. Now, why that serves you, as Vladdy, you know as well, is not just because you can make your book a bestseller or a New York Times bestseller, but it's also effective, as I was sharing with you moments ago, about creating courses, and that can become a book, or the book can end up lead to a course or whatever. You know how to market effectively online. It's like your ticket to freedom.
Yes.
It's the life's golden ticket. I mean, it really is. But you got to know it, you got to apply it, and it's not enough to know it either. And I can't, like Vladdy's here sharing, Mick was sharing earlier. I didn't do the work for them. Guide them, yes. You know, Mick put a comment in this section earlier, like even the most successful people on the planet have mentors. I have a mentor, Bob Proctor, right? And so it's not enough to just study the material. You got to be implementing. And Mick is an international best-selling author who secured a publisher, and now it's going on to be this giant franchise and billionaire author, not because of what he learned in the complete author program, what he applied. Vladdy is here as an international best-selling author, not because what she learned in the complete author program, but because of what she applied.
And guys, let me tell you how really important it is. You cross-reference it. Like now I'm a coach and learning with marketing with Destiny coaches and everything. And then you learn something here and you learn something there. And I love what I've learned. It took a little bit more time. Probably I can hire people to do it for me, right? But nobody will ever market the book the way you do. It's your baby. And the energy you send out with marketing your own stuff, it doesn't matter how much you pay, whoever you pay, they will not put your heart in it. They will not put the comments you create with the people. And the personal touch for me is the most important thing in the world. This is why I can't wait to hug you all on a live event. But I will literally, I will say, align with the purpose, you with the purpose. What if you have an idea to write a book, don't put it off like by saying, but I have this quote, and Peggy loves this quote, but I've got it on a bookmark, and it says, if one advances confidently in a direction of his dreams and endeavors the life of which, endeavors to live the life which has imagined, he will meet with a success unexpected in common hours. So why I say, it's your belief, it doesn't matter, don't compare yourself to other people and other authors. Get what you have now at this point, and with whatever you have, is you take a step forward. So I say, make the time for the most valuable. I make the time for the things that matter for me the most. And you know, there are times you're super busy, but you have someone really close who will call you, and you will make the time, even though you know you don't have it. You will create it, because it's not about discovering time, it's about creating. You know, and there was another quote I wanted to read you, but obviously I lost it now. But where was it? It was such a brilliant, and I've heard actually Neil Donald Walsh saying this: life is not a process of discovery, it's simply a process of creation. So you create it. It's not about what you discovered, how other people do. You just decide to do it and just go for it.
Yeah.
And then become the author. You want to be an author? Become one. You know, it's really simple.
So true, Vladdy. Thank you.
I love what you teach, and I love the materials and how much you can learn to market yourself, because you actually learn all the details and then you can do it. And for me, I can keep texting people, oh, could you do this for me? Could you do this for me? And you will learn how much time, not just money, but when you can do it yourself, you just go and change it immediately without have to go and email people what they could do for you and then wait for their response. So you become very, very quantum leap thinker. Yeah. Because you can do it, you apply it, and you just get on. And that's me. Happy writing, everybody. I want to see your books.
All right. Thank you, Vladdy. How many of you are ready for a quantum leap in your life? Type in the chat box there on the other side. Yes. All right. Me, says Jenny. Oh, yeah, says Renata. Pamela. Oh, yes. Ready. I am ready. I am ready. I am ready. Yes, yes. Me, absolutely. Yes. Today. Beautiful. All right. Great. You know, I did notice, and this is not a criticism in any way, but there's a lady that was on here who left. She may have left already, but she was going to make dinner for her family, I suppose. And here's what the thought came to my mind. How committed are you to success? Yes, you can go and watch the replay later, but I would suggest stay here. We're together for another hour and 15 minutes. I know there's some questions. Roddy's been grabbing the questions and he's staying. Stay here. This can change your life. Okay, maybe it's late in the day. I know it's not ideal the time that we're running this event. Vladdy, it's late in the day for you. You've got young children. You made arrangements for that. But this is why successful people succeed. They're willing to do the things that unsuccessful people aren't willing to do. This is why we're hearing from successful people such as Roddy and Mick and Vladdy and myself, because we're willing to do the things. Vladdy had mentioned she's getting ready to go to bed at midnight and then remembers, oh, I haven't quite finished what I was going to do. She doesn't put her head on the pillow and say, oh, I'll do it tomorrow. You know, I'll just do it tomorrow. She just, I'm going to do it now. Do it now. Mick put a quote in the chat box that said, if it is up to me, if it is to be, it is up to me. If it is to be, it is up to me. That is one of the most powerful statements I've ever heard. And that's the truth. If it is to be, you being a billionaire author, it is up to Mick. I'm going to help him all the way. I see in him the success that he desires. And who doesn't want a best friend who's a billionaire, right? There's that too. You'll be hanging out with Mick on his private jet, hanging out with the Michael Eisners and the other phenomenal Disney folks that are out there. But it really is. We joke, we have fun. But I noticed someone else put a comment in the chat box that I often say this: have fun with it. Have fun with it. I did like 500 videos called Morning Money Class. And at the end of them, I used to say, and have fun with it. Why? Life is meant to be fun. And if you're not having fun right now, we can show you how to have a truckload of it, because it's meant to be fun. We have fun. Our team here, as you can tell, like, I'm very blessed. I have attracted the most amazing team, all in harmony with serving people, all in harmony with the materials. Their hearts are big and pure and amazing. And we're here to serve. We laugh, we have fun, we connect every day. This never feels like work. Does it ever feel like work? It does not feel like work. Roddy came to our organization working full-time for the government in Scotland. He had that job for 12 years. 12 years. He resigned yesterday. Whoop, whoop. Yay. He's been working with me. He came on part-time. Now, he was probably a little bit uncomfortable letting go of the shore to discover new oceans. And I just want you to know, that's part, I have goosebumps as I mentioned that. Vladdy came on board. Was it scary at the beginning, Vladdy? It's like, oh, I don't know if I can do this or whatever. But she recognized what we're talking about earlier. You get those negative thoughts, you get those negative beliefs, you give your attention to negativity. What are you going to manifest? More of that, more of what you don't want. You get your mind out of that. What do you want to do? You want to focus. You want to focus on what you would love. Mick drinks his coffee every day. We're in our team meeting. He has his coffee every day in his billionaire author mug. It was fun to see that. I already had my coffee in my Savvy Wisdom mug, but I didn't put billionaire author on it, but you inspired me, Mick. I'm going to get a new coffee mug. That's brilliant. Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations, Roddy. I mean, Roddy's done something that felt uncomfortable. Vladdy did something that felt uncomfortable. Mick did things that felt uncomfortable. I've done things that felt uncomfortable. But you know where life begins? At the end of your comfort zone. You want to fall in love with feeling uncomfortable. Why? Because you're growing there. You're stretching there. Now, will you feel uncomfortable for the rest of your life? No. You're going to get to a point where you start feeling like I remember when Mick started to declare, I'm a billionaire author. Did it feel natural when he started? Heck no. He's laughing now, right? It did not feel natural. Vladdy, did it feel natural for you when you decided you're going to be the success? No, didn't for me either. It felt uncomfortable. I'd be saying these affirmations almost like sheepishly and saying them quietly, and to the point where you get the conviction in your heart. How does the conviction come? Persistence, consistent effort every day, but not difficult work every day. It's really living from the success that you desire. George, you imagine that you're already the success. George is in love with writing. You imagine it. Yes, we teach all the steps to make your book a bestseller. In our Skipping Levels program, we have this circle that says, I choose to live from my new home. My success is absolutely guaranteed. And this is a download that our Skipping Levels members have. Oh, there, Ursula has it. There she is. And so what do you do with this? You imagine, and that's what we're doing here. We're talking about using your imagination. You imagine that you already have the result that you have. You step into that persona, that role every day, and that's who you are. Mick drives around, walks around, breathes as the billionaire author. That's who he is. Now, are other people walking past him in the grocery store going, oh my God, there's the billionaire author. There's the billionaire author, Mick Peterson. But he's thinking that, right? Yeah, he's thinking that. And I used to teach that. I talked about that. I used to go to the grocery store with a baseball cap on and sunglasses, kind of hiding because I didn't want to get bombarded. Mick was talking about Angelina Jolie when he was at Universal Studios. I'm certain if Angelina Jolie was walking down the sidewalk at Universal Studios, she'd get bombarded, right? Why? Because she's a celebrity, because she's a known person. So that's what I would do. I would imagine people are pointing in, last weekend, my son took possession of a brand new cottage that I gave him. I gifted it to him. And that's another blessing of being successful, the things that you can do for others, the gifts that you can, and I could donate to hospitals and charities. I did a fundraiser for the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario. It feels good to give. But we're at my son's new cottage last weekend, and all the neighbors were coming over to say hello. And he's in the province of Quebec, which is just across the river. And a neighbor 2 doors down came down to bring the other neighbors from 4 doors down. So, they're all coming down. It's like a big party going on at the cottage. And this woman came up to me and she said, they introduced me to her. Her name's Mary Claude. And I said, oh, nice to meet you. And she goes, we met before. And I'm thinking, oh my God, I don't remember meeting her. And she says, I was at one of your seminars. I was in the audience. That's probably why I don't remember her. And she says, I have your books. And I was like, wow. And I could see my son, he was not like right there in the conversation, but I could see him standing off to the side. I noticed him out of the peripheral vision. He was smiling. And, he's feeling proud, proud of his mom. I'm getting recognized, at my son's cottage on the front lawn. I'm not saying that to brag. I'm just saying that, and it's not necessarily what you want or what you're going for. But the truth is you can make it be whatever it is that you want. You can decide for this experience as an author to be whatever it is you want. The choice is yours. When the team and I came together to decide, okay, how we're going to serve and what else we're going to do and how can we, get people encouraged to really take their lives to the next level, we decided to do Author Squared because we knew it would inspire you into action. And that's what I want you to get is that Vladdy took action. Vladdy made a decision. And I know it was uncomfortable back then. I literally watched her evolve like Ursula. Watched Ursula evolve and this beautiful, amazing individual who's out there, and I cheer them on. I just cheer them on because I know they're out there making a difference with others. And that's why I'm here. So when I decided back in the 90s, I'm here to make a positive contribution to the lives of others, millions of others, I wasn't thinking it's necessarily going to be through my work. It might be through your work. It might be through what you're working. When Neil Donald Walsh reached out to me and said, how does one get the great Peggy McColl to help them launch their book? I mean, that was pretty impressive when that email landed in my inbox. Do you know that was a manifestation? Do you know that I just decided that Neil Donald Walsh was going to write the foreword for this book, Your Destiny Switch? And I got a call one day from the gentleman, Patrick, who was doing the cover for the book. He called me one morning and he said, who's writing the foreword for your book? And I said, why? And he said, I need to do the cover. I don't need the foreword. I just need the name so I can put it on the cover. I said, can I get back to you later? And I thought, I need to figure this out. So I just got quiet and I asked myself a question that I would ask you. What would you love? So I sat there, got quiet, and I thought, well, I love Neale Donald Walsch, and Bob Proctor had already written the foreword for my other book, and Linda Proctor wrote the foreword for another book. And I just thought, what would I love? I'd love Neale Donald Walsch. I would love for Neale Donald Walsch. I'd read every one of his books. I love his materials. I love him. I love what he represents. And I just decided, okay, well, practice what you preach, visualize it, see it, know it's already there. So I closed my eyes and I saw my book cover, Your Destiny Switch by Peggy McColl. Of course, I had already focused on New York Times bestseller, foreword by Neale Donald Walsch. And I felt that in my heart. This is how you manifest. I felt it as if it was real. About an hour later, an email lands in my inbox. I had never, ever, ever received an email from Neale Donald Walsch, ever. I didn't even know that Neale Donald Walsch knew that I existed on the planet. And the email lands in my inbox and he says, how does one get the great Peggy McColl to help them with the launch of their book? He said, I understand you've helped my friends, Wayne Dyer, Marianne Williamson, Debbie Ford. I want you to help me. And so what do you think I said? Of course, providing you write the foreword for my book, Your Destiny Switch. And he replied and said, well, as long as I resonate with it. And I said, okay, you're going to resonate with it. I knew he'd resonate with it because I knew Neale. I read everything that he ever produced. I had all his programs. I knew Neale and what his philosophies are. And so I knew he'd resonate with it. And of course, he wrote the foreword for the book, which I think is one of the best parts of the book. And he wrote in the foreword, this may be the most important book you ever read. And I was like, Neale Donald Walsch said that about my book? This is the most important book you will ever read? Has he not read his own? Right? They're the most important book you'll ever read. And then he said, I am grateful to Peggy McColl for having written it. And I remember where I was standing when I got that message from Neale and read that. I remember exactly where I was, and I contacted Hay House and I said, take that line out of the foreword and put it straight on the cover because I want people to see that. I really want people to understand the importance of the message in this book. I want you to understand how important this is for you in your life to make these changes. Your life truly does depend on it. You can be living an amazing, extraordinary life. It is up to you, as Mick typed in the box. If it is to be, it is up to me. Not me, Peggy McColl, but it's up to you. We'll help you. We'll help you in any way, in every way that we possibly can. That's why we're here on this planet. And I wouldn't have linked arms with Roddy, Mick, and Vladdy if they didn't have the same space in their heart to help people. And I see us doing this for a long, long time, Roddy. You can tell your mom and dad. Because Roddy's parents said to him, well, what about Peggy retiring? I'm 62 years young. I have no plans of retiring anytime soon. I got more energy than most people I know. I'm an energetic being. And look at my good friend, Bob Proctor. He's 87 on his next, I got his birthday present yesterday. I'm going to go see Bob next week. Next Friday, I'm going to see him at his studio, bring him his present. 87 on his next birthday. And he'll tell you, he's not slowing down anytime soon either. He's my mentor. He's my model. And I'm not planning on slowing down either. We got a lot of work to do, my friends, and a lot of support to give to people who have the desire to make a difference in other people's lives, a positive difference, as Vladdy is doing, as Mick is doing, as Roddy is doing, as you're doing as well. Yes, Bob lives in Toronto. He lives in Thornhill on Proctor Avenue. That's where he lives. All right. Okay. Thank you, Vladdy. I really appreciate you. And I hope whatever the person who came to the door has left your lovely gifts there, whatever. All right. We're going to take some questions now. And Roddy's been collecting some questions. I still have more presentations, so we're going to come back to the presentation in a bit. But I did see some questions coming in and Roddy's been grabbing them. So I just wanted to address these questions. So Nancy is asking, do self-published books ever come in hardcover? Absolutely. Here is Savvy Wisdom, self-published. And I have another version of it. I have two versions. Here's a slip jacket version with the dust cover on it. Hardcover, paperback, and of course the audio I can't show you. So yes is the answer to that. My book is 600 pages, and I think a paperback could be unruly. Not necessarily. There's probably other paperback books that are 600 pages. Or maybe you have two books. 600 pages is a really thick book. And you know, there's a trend going on right now in the book industry, and there's a couple of trends going on. One is more and more and more authors are moving to self-publishing as their choice, and for good reason. They're going to earn more. They have to do the marketing anyways. And the second reason is people tend to desire to have more shorter books. Shorter books are becoming more popular. So Nancy, if it makes sense to put your book into two books, maybe it's a trilogy. Maybe it's 3 books, 200 pages, 200 pages, 200 pages. It could be a trilogy. It doesn't mean people aren't reading big books. They are, but I'm just saying there's some trends going on. Okay, Lily is asking a great question here. She says, you wrote Savvy Wisdom in 10 days. How did you do that? Well, I wrote on being the creator of your destiny in 30, but it wasn't 30 days. It was really 20 hours of writing. And this book I wrote in a day, in one day. Okay, so this book, and it's quite a substantial book. It is, how many pages is this book? 199. So it's about a 200-page book. I don't think it's available anymore, and it is an internet marketing book. It's called 99 Things You Wish You Knew Before Marketing on the Internet. The cheapest way to publish is to do the work yourself, George. I'll get to your question actually in a little bit. I just saw it, I glanced at it and saw it over there. And so this book was actually published by a publishing house out of Montreal. And they had asked me to write this book as part of a series of books that they were doing. And I said yes, and they never gave me a deadline or a due date for when they needed the book. So I was traveling, speaking at different events, and all of a sudden I got an email one day saying, when are you submitting the book? Or no, they sent an email saying, we need the book submitted by November 15th. And it was the end of October. And I was out west, and I thought, okay, I better get this done. So I told my husband, I'm going to write the book on the weekend. It was the first weekend in November. And he said, well, my relatives are coming, his 2 aunts and 2 uncles. And I said, okay, they were coming for Saturday night. They're going to sleep over and leave Sunday morning. So on Friday night, I organized the meals because my husband doesn't cook. He's handsome, so that's his great gift. He's just a fun guy to be with. And so I organized the meals on Friday night. So I do the cooking, the cleaning, the groceries, the laundry, and he just looks handsome. And he's out on the golf course right now, and it works for us, right? And he's retired. So I said to Denny, okay, I'll go get the groceries. I'll organize the meals. And then Saturday morning I got up. They weren't there yet. So I did an outline, which is what I teach in the Complete Author program. Start with an outline. And so I had the outline done, the table of contents. Sunday morning, I woke up at 3 a.m. and I just felt inspired to write. I came into my office, closed the door, and I just made a decision. Now, remember, I told you about making decisions to write this book. I made the decision. I was going to write a great book, and it would be a lot of fun. All right. And that I would do it in 10 days. So I made a decision. I was going to write a chapter an hour and have it done that day. Now, did I know that I could do that? No, I didn't know, but I decided I would. And an hour later, I had a first chapter done. I thought, ooh, I'm encouraged. So I wrote my next chapter, got that one done. Then I contacted my sister who lives 4 hours away from me, Judy, who runs Hasmark Publishing. So I contacted Judy. I said, would you drive up and help me with the creation of this book? I wanted her to review the chapters as I was writing them while I was writing them. And she said, yes. I couldn't believe it, but she did. So she drove from Toronto with her husband, Jerry, up to Ottawa, and Jerry and Denny went and hung out, and their relatives had left already. And Judy and I worked on the book. I wrote and she reviewed. I wrote, she reviewed. She gave me some suggestions I would modify. And we went for a walk a couple times because we were feeling a little weary. We stopped and had meals. But at 9 o'clock that night, I was ready to head plant on my desk. I was exhausted. The book was done. It was written. And then it went over to the editor the next day, and I submitted it actually early. That's how I wrote a book in a day or in a weekend. Denise says, what are the pros and cons of using a ghostwriter? I've used a ghostwriter. I mentioned Mick. He did the he did the preliminary version of the demand principle, because Mick is very familiar with my materials. He's been studying with me for years and we're best friends. So he's a phenomenal writer. And I asked him if he would write this book, and he agreed to write the book. He sent it to me, and then I made some changes, more Peggyized it. But the advantages of working with a ghostwriter, but anyone can write a book, by the way, anyone can write a book. The advantages of working with a ghostwriter is that they're going to do the heavy lifting, like the writing. And that's what Mick did. He wrote it for me so that I could then, take a little bit further. I had a ghostwriter write, where's, oh, there it is right there in front of me. This book was written by a ghostwriter. But again, it's my materials. The ghostwriter, Nancy Pesky, she studied my materials. We worked together every week. We're on calls multiple times throughout the week. And she basically, it's kind of like sucked the information out of my brain, right? Like, woo. And she wrote the book. The advantages are it can make it easier for you, but it can be expensive as well. Thank you. All right. Oh, okay. So A Coyote Coker, if that's how you say your last name, says, why is it 163 pounds? Don't buy it. It's, why? It's supply and demand. If people can't get it, then they put these silly price tags on it. So, and it's an internet marketing book. Remember earlier I was talking about timeless and timely. So Timeless Wisdom is a book like On Being the Creator of Your Destiny, Darn Easy. I mean, these are not, and they're not technology related, so they'll never go out of date. But a book on internet marketing will go out of date. And so it may or may not be a little bit out of date as well. Thank you. Thank you, Monica, for your kind comments. Okay, let's go back to the questions that are over here. Jacqueline, is there a way to make a copy of multiple sources of income? I want it for my vision board. Oh, you mean that page, that visual that I put up there, that slide? Is that what you're asking about? Sure, I'm going to do it for you right now. I'm going to put it in the little chat box. You see, I'm going to do it now kind of gal. So why wait till later? So what I did was I just did a screen capture for you. And now I'm going to grab the file. I'm going to post it here for you and for anybody else that would like that file for that image, if you will. Let me find it. There she is. Okay, it should be in your chat box. There you go. And everyone should be able to get that. So there. Thank you for asking. Okay, our next question is from Sean. Do you teach marketing in the Complete Author Program, or should we wait on new million in a month? Yeah, there's, I'm not going to do a new million in a month the way that we did it before, but absolutely, if you want to learn how to market your book, go to the Complete Author Program. Now, the Complete Author Program has a very unique name, the Complete Author Program, because as you know, it's not about writing the book. That's 5% of the job. It is about marketing. So absolutely, that's the majority part of the program. And even if you've already written a course, if you haven't gone through the Complete Author Program, I definitely recommend it because it is all the marketing. I talk about publicity ideas. I talk about the launch of Savvy Wisdom. I talk about putting together your bestseller campaign, the New York Times campaign, extending beyond the book and other revenue sources. It's a very complete program. And I don't know how many classes there are in there, but there's a lot of content. The blessing is, or one of the blessings is, as soon as you go into the program, the Complete Author Program, you have access to all the materials. So if you sign up today, you'll definitely be in there and get every single piece of material that's in there. Okay, Tammy is asking about the outline for the book. Oh, you know what? I'll leave it to you, Roddy. I know you're grabbing those questions. I'll stop. I'm probably making it a little more challenging for Roddy because he's grabbing them and I'm spontaneously answering some of them as we're going through. Okay, the next question is, if everyone needs a mentor to succeed, how did the first mentor learn how to become a mentor? Great question, George. I suspect from trial and error, they probably, tried things, learned, perhaps made mistakes, and then, persisted until they succeeded. So that's, I'm sure, where it all came from. But mentors can allow you to see things that you might not normally see, invite you to look at things a little differently and really encourage you to expand your consciousness as well and move into action. And Nishi says, why does one still have limiting beliefs even though one is learning and doing the right things? Is there anything else to it? As you said, it's a muscle that one needs to cultivate. Love this question. You know, it's such an important question. You know, why do people still have limiting beliefs? Think about that for a moment. Everyone has limiting beliefs. It doesn't matter who you are. I believe it's important to have the awareness, to be aware, be willing to look at what the limiting beliefs are so that you can change them. The reason why they're there is because of the way we're programmed in our mind, not our brain, but in our mind, the way we've been programmed. So if there's a belief that's within you, and many of the beliefs that we have were established when we were young, you know, as a child, that's when the beliefs are created. They get reinforced through repetition, and we take in information from our senses, but we also live in a rather interesting world. Just turn on your television. What are you going to see? Very likely negativity. Look at the magazine counter. What are you going to see? Lots of negativity. Listen to conversations that are going on out there with most of the world, not in this room, but with most of the world. Negativity. So when we are exposed with our senses to more negativity, it just continues to reinforce what's already there. That's why you got to be really aware to notice anytime negativity comes up, to just, you know, as I talked about, throw it in the trash can. But really what you should be doing is replacing it with something positive. So anytime you're thinking about what you don't want, you want to remind yourself of what it feels like to have what you desire. So you ask yourself the question, what would I love? What does it feel like to have that? And you go straight to the feeling states. And that's why. Okay, Jamie says, I want to know, Peggy, how you get so much done so fast in short 24 hours a day. I need your secret magic so I can sleep at least 6 hours. You can sleep as much as you want. I don't set the opportunity clock. I know we sometimes call it an alarm clock. I call it the opportunity clock, and I only set it if I have an airplane to catch. But other than that, I don't set it. I get up when I get up, usually when Vladdy's texting me. Just kidding, Vladdy. She's like 5 hours ahead, right? She's into the future already. She doesn't do that anymore, but she used to, and that was all fine. So I get up when I get up. And but you know what we teach in Skipping Levels is about the effective use of time, you know, of being productive, of being disciplined, of being an accomplishment-oriented kind of person. It's habits. It really is establishing habits. And I'm very habitual, and I'm also very I'm looking for another word other than anal, but I'll just use anal because that's the one that comes to my mind about how I utilize my time. I want to make sure that I'm using it effectively. Does it mean that I don't just sit back and do nothing and, you know, sit in a lounge chair by the pool sometimes? Yeah, I do that too, and certainly do it. I love relaxing, but it's a matter of determining where you want to go. And we started our session today with encouraging you guys to set a goal of where you want to go. Right. And once you've established that where you want to go, then you're living as if you're already there. And then you're going to be doing things and acting as if you're already this successful person. So as a billionaire author, how does Mick operate his day? He's somebody who's in the study. He's consciously looking at investment ideas, and he's involved in investment ideas, because a billionaire, he's not just going to have that billion, there are billions sitting in his bank account. He's invested in, right? He's involved in different things. He's invested in organizations and companies and technology and things like that. And so he is as he desires to be. And that's what you must do. You must live like that. So with my goals, with, you know, me doing the work that I'm doing and the business that I'm running, I set very clear objectives. Every week I have accomplishment lists, and every day I have things in my agenda that are all going to contribute to that. So I'm very, very strict on how I utilize my time, and very cautious and respectful on how I utilize my time. So Jamie, it's those would be suggestions for you. All right. The next question is from Mihaela. What is the biggest expense when writing or publishing a book? I feel this is what keeps me on hold. Thinking is expensive. Okay, it doesn't keep you on hold. Nothing outside you is keeping you from anything, only if you think it is. And of course, you mentioned that right in your question, that you understand that you're thinking it's expensive, so that's going to hold you back. Even if it was, what does it matter? Right? There's an abundance of money in this world. When you really understand prosperity consciousness, and I created a course called the Money Marathon because of that. You got to understand we live in an abundant world. There's an unlimited supply. There's prosperity everywhere. So what it costs is what it costs. You don't look at it. You don't, be concerned about it. But you did ask the question, what's the biggest expense? Depends on who you're using or what you're doing. Like the expenses that you might have just for, creating a book might be the cover design. It may be editing. I suggest everyone get their book edited. And of course, that's going to be dependent on how well the book's written and which editor you use and how long the book is. There's so many aspects of that. Also the layout and interior design, because as you know, all books are designed a certain way. They have particular fonts, they've got margins, they all look the same on each page, and that's all layout and interior design. There's an expense for that. And what else? Depends on if you're uploading it yourself to Kindle Direct Publishing or whether you're going through Ingram Spark or whatever you're doing. Actually, I uploaded Savvy Wisdom to Ingram Spark so I could get the desk cover jacket hardcover version, but I also uploaded it to Kindle Direct Publishing so I could get the softcover version. And then they came out with a beta version of this new hardcover, which is a very unique kind of hardcover. So there's no slip jacket, but it is hardcover. That didn't cost much at all. And it depends on, who you use to design your cover. You can get covers designed for $100. You could do it yourself. Might look like you did it yourself. But everything that you're doing with your book, you want it to look as classy as possible. Quality is what you want to put in, because if quality is there in your products, in your books, and everything that you're doing, then people will feel the quality. They'll feel the quality in you. So it's important to do it right and to do it well, but it doesn't cost enormous amounts of money. Maybe a few $1,000s minimum would be my guess, my best guess, but not a lot of money. George says, what's the cheapest way to publish? Do it yourself. The more you do yourself, the less expensive it is. You can upload to Kindle Direct Publishing. It's relatively easy to do that. I do suggest editors though. Okay, Maria says, I have a self-published my first book. I have a blog that goes with it. I'm a coach. I love to help people, but I don't know what to do to up-level it. Maria, get into the Complete Author program. That's what the program is all about, up-leveling your results as an author. Or better yet, get into skipping levels, because that's really about the attitude that's required to do that. Okay, Josia, I'm not sure how to say the name. If I'm not saying it properly, I apologize. Can Mick Peterson please advise me on adapting my fantasy novel into comics and movies? Mick is available as a coach. He is one of our coaches here at Dynamic Destinies. And if Roddy can put the link in for, because Vladdy's a coach, I'm a coach, Phil Goldfine's a coach, and Mick, we have 4 coaches that are available for through Dynamic Destinies, and Mick is one of them. So you can definitely check. Thank you, Roddy. He just put the link on the page. Okay, Tammy says, what kind of outline are you talking about for your book? Okay, an outline is, and it can be rough, by the way. It can be just relatively rough when you're starting to think about your book. So let's look at your Destiny Switch as an example. So this book was designed in a way, so the outline was written in what I would consider a logical flow for the content that I wanted to deliver. So this is an example of what the table of contents looks like. So we divided the book into 4 parts. And 4 parts. So we have The World Within You is part 1. There's 2 chapters. Then part 2 is your Destiny Switch of Emotion, which was explaining what the Destiny Switch is, choosing creative emotions and avoiding destructive emotions. So there's 3 chapters there. Part 3 has 4 chapters, which is about balancing your emotions in any situation. It's switching your emotions, creating new emotional habits, using the illuminators, the 4 key emotions of your Destiny Switch. And then the final section is part 4, getting back on track. And the 2 chapters are using your Destiny Switch during challenging times in the Destiny Planner. So the outline was done before the writing began. And I did an introduction as well. So there was an introduction, then it went into the 4 parts where it just made sense to organize the materials in that way. So that's an outline. You just start to think, what would I love to create as far as content is concerned? And you start writing down ideas, and then you organize them into a flow that feels right to you, makes sense for you. Thank you. All right, our next question is, I have a book that is mostly floral illustrations. Half the pages are meaningful quotes that have similar illustrations, 25 pages in total, designed to be rendered in medium of the reader buyer's choice. I'm an interior designer and am inspired to create a course to teach people how to arrange flowers from home and accessorize with flowers. This thought scares me to death, don't know quite how to start. And while I know anything is possible, how do I connect with a publisher first? Who do I speak to? I'm in the complete author program. In the second half of the program, I don't see any direction that points to a publisher. Go back to the first part because that's where it is. I talk about it there. Now, publishers are not interested in new authors unless they have a gigantic platform or the publisher really believes that that author is going to sell truckloads of books. And so people that will secure publishers, and I don't suggest you go for a publisher. You can if you want. I don't suggest it. You have to do the marketing anyways. Good luck getting one. They're not easy to get. Now, is that my belief? It's true. They aren't. And I just don't see why anyone would go that route unless, you know, there's a reason. There could be reasons, could be valid reasons, but self-publish your book. Absolutely self-publish your book. If you're feeling any fear, just, you know, notice what it is. Just be willing to accept what that is and understand that you can convert that fear into faith. Fear is destructive. It will keep you from your dreams. It will hold you back. But the good news is, as I wrote about in your Destiny Switch, fear is the opposite of faith. It's on the same scale, the same switch. All you need to do is switch to faith. It's a muscle. It's an emotional muscle that you can build. How do you build it? By giving attention only to what you desire, by feeling as if what you desire is in your life right now. You embrace it, you live from it, and you experience it. Remember earlier I asked Vladdy, you know, were you ever fearful? Absolutely, she was fearful. But how did she move past it? By affirming, by connecting, by being a serious student, by getting involved in the study, staying in the study. And then she began to help other people. Her fear completely converted to faith. She has unstoppable faith right now. Nothing's going to stop that woman. She's a machine now, a positive manifesting machine who's manifesting her every desire. Okay, A. Coyote Coker says, how do I manifest the books that I've published? Bring them out to the world. You can start, you know, publishing them now, self-publish them. You know, I told you that I decided on the 31st of October to write Savvy Wisdom. It was done 10 days later. 10 days later, the book was completed. I had lined up an editor. I sent the book over to the editor. I had a cover designed, and then I got it uploaded and did a launch in January within a matter of weeks. Now, I have actually written a book. I have another book here. I'm just going to find it. There it is. Here's another book that I have that I created based on content from my complete author program called The Millionaire Author. And I remember Anik Singhal, I mentioned him earlier. Anik had contacted me and he asked me if I would go and speak at a conference that he was doing in Vegas. And I said, sure, because I spoke at a number of his different events. And I said, what would you like me to speak on? Because I can talk about a number of different topics. And he said, I'd like you to speak about how to use an ebook as a lead generator for opt-ins. And I said, okay, great. Now we're going back a number of years. And this was a fairly new idea and concept. Well, I said yes, but I hadn't done it. So I decided that I still had about a month before the speaking engagement. So being a person of integrity, I thought, I'm going to do that. I'm going to create a book and I'm going to make it available as an opt-in. So I took content from my course, had it organized and created a book. I made available as an opt-in, as a free opt-in. So I created the opt-in page, you know, and put the book together and, you know, gave it away. And then of course I went and spoke at his event. So I'm sitting at an airport. I flew from Ottawa to Toronto and I was flying Toronto to San Diego because I was flying down to San Diego to speak at a conference. And I was sitting at the Toronto airport and it was a Friday morning and an idea floated into my consciousness. And the idea was to take that ebook, make it into a physical book. And next week, because I was flying to San Diego that weekend to speak at a conference, the following Thursday, I was flying back to Los Angeles to speak at another conference. And at that conference, I was talking about how to make your book a bestseller. And it was at Rick Frischman's event that he was doing, used to be called Author 101. And so the thought floats into my consciousness on the Friday morning to have this book become a physical book. And so I'm thinking, you know what, I'm going to make this into a physical book. Okay, what do I need to do? Well, I need to get a back cover because I only had the front cover at that point because it was an opt-in. I need to get a back cover for it. I didn't really have any endorsements for it. So I decided I'm going to post on social media that I'm looking for some endorsements. Within 24 hours, I had 28 endorsements for the book. Got the cover designed, had it formatted, and it was uploaded. Monday, the book was available online. Monday night, I'm back home. I came back home from San Diego and I'm thinking, you know what I'd love? I'd love to go to LA, get on stage, hold the book in my hand, but have the book be a bestseller book. So that's Monday night. So I started to create a special offer page for my book. And I'll show you what one looks like in a moment, because that's how to make your book a bestseller. I just started to do it myself. This is not rocket science, right? I can create a page, a simple page online. So I just started creating a page, and then I reached out to one of my marketing people that used to do all this wonderful marketing stuff for me. And I told him, I said, this is what I'm doing. I want to make my book a bestseller tomorrow. Like, I'm not waiting, like the universe loves speed. I'm going to do this tomorrow. And so by the time he got up in the morning, I had already started an outline for a page. He looked at it, made some changes, got some emails together, blast out to the email list. By that evening, this book was an international bestseller. I shipped copies to the hotel in LA. I arrived in LA on Wednesday night, go to check in. The lady at the counter hands me the books because they had already arrived. Thursday morning, I'm up on stage holding a book that previously, 6 days earlier, was only being used as an ebook giveaway. Now it's a physical book that I'm selling online on Amazon, and it's an international bestseller. You can move like Jagger, like the song moves like Jagger. You can move fast, right? It doesn't have to take years. It doesn't have to take months. Yeah, there we go, Mick. If you think it's going to take a long time, it's going to take a long time. Can you move fast? Yes. But I knew what to do, right? And this is why this is so valuable, what I teach. It's repeatable. It's repeatable. 19 books later, I'm still making my books international bestsellers. 19 books later. And as I shared with you, you can do it in days or hours when you know what to do. There's value in that understanding. Value in that understanding. And anybody can do it. So let me show you what an example of a sales page looks like to make a book a bestseller, because that was one of the things that we had offered to do today. So I'm going to go to a link that is savvywisdom.com. And it says, hurry, grab your hardcover, trade paperback, or Kindle copy of Savvy Wisdom from Amazon today and secure your very special priceless limited time bonuses. So there's the book. Here's a little video that Bob did about the book. I didn't even ask him to do it. He just put this together and talking about how amazing the book is. This is a video of a 14-year-old girl who's the daughter of one of my clients, Troy Chadwick. This is his daughter, Jordan, who saw the book in her father's office, grabbed it off his desk, read it in one sitting, loved it so much. Then the mother grabbed it, then her brother grabbed it. It went around the whole family. She did a little video endorsement for me. So that's there. And then there's, information about the book. There's some endorsements here. And then we put together some special offers. Bob Proctor and I did an event together called the Wisdom Event, which we made as a live event prior to the book launching, but we recorded it. So it's still a bonus. People didn't have to wait for the physical copy of the book to arrive. We gave them an immediate downloadable version. You can't do that unless you're a self-published author, because your publisher would own the rights. I created a course called the Money Paradigms that we threw in with the launch of this book, put the links here for people to get the book. And then if they want the gifts, they go here and access the gifts. That's a special offer page for a book. Simple, not confusing. There's one objective: buy the book and you'll get the bonuses. There's no confusing things. I see so many authors attempting to do launches of their book. They don't do it effectively. They're missing parts. They don't understand marketing and they mess up. And ultimately, they don't get the results that they want. If you want the results, I absolutely recommend you get into the Complete Author Program. I know there's a number of people that are already in the Complete Author Program. By the way, this book is no longer available. We made a new version of it called Your Book, Your Business, Your Breakthrough. And I'll have to see where that is because I'm not even sure where it is right now. Okay, let's go back, and I just want to make sure I've covered off all the questions before. No, I haven't. We still got a couple more, and then I want to go back to the training because we still have about a half an hour remaining. Okay, what did you call it? Ingalls Spark? Okay, so you're asking about Savvy Wisdom. So prior to Amazon, you see Amazon, which is Kindle Direct Publishing, is now made this available in hardcover, which I was part of their beta group, the first authors to release a hardcover edition through the self-publishing arm of Amazon, which is called Kindle Direct Publishing. But that occurred after I released this version of the hardcover. So when I decided to release Savvy Wisdom, my good friend Bob Proctor had told me to release it in hardcover. And he called me up one day because I was planning to release it in trade paperback only, which is this version. And Bob called me one day and he said, "You've got to do it in hardcover." And I said, "Okay." What Bob does, or Bob suggests I do, says you have to do it in hardcover. So I said, okay. So in order to get the book into hardcover with the dust jacket and the gold embossed, I had to do it through Ingram Sparks. So they also offer self-published authors the opportunity of self-publishing your book in hardcover by going through them directly. And that's what I did. That's how I did that. Okay. I think we have one more question and then we're going to go back to the presentation. Okay, good question, Koichi. I hope I'm saying your name properly. And the question is this. Peggy, you spoke about getting endorsements from social media. How does that work? Do they read the book free for some time? Well, remember, I actually got endorsements within 24 hours. So here's what I did. I put the book, I created a page. It was kind of like what's called a hidden page on my website. And I put the book up there for someone to download. And well, wait a minute, I had an opt-in, right? I was using it as a lead generator. So it was already available for people to go download. So I went on social media and I just typed in my book, The Millionaire Author, is being made into a physical version. We've been using it as an opt-in and I'm looking for some endorsements for the book. If you've read it already, great. Would love to have an endorsement. If you haven't read it already, you can go here, download it now. Probably take you about an hour and a half to read. The only thing is I need the endorsements in 24 hours. So there was an urgency to it. I needed the endorsements in 24 hours. So I just, posted that. And a day later, I had these 28 endorsements or 27 endorsements, a lot of endorsements, which pleasantly surprised me. Getting endorsements is one of the easiest things. It's really easy to get endorsements. Easy peasy, peasy, peasy. If someone ever tells me that they're having a challenge getting endorsements, it's probably because they're in their own way. Maybe they believe it's difficult to get endorsements. And as a result of their belief, it's like that quote, believe and your belief will create the fact. Think about that for a moment. Believe and your belief will create the fact. Okay. All right, great. Minna says, I am eager. Just bought the program, Peggy. Awesome, Minna. Look forward to working with you. Yes, I noticed that Mick had answered a question as well about questions. I do questions, two Q&A calls a month. Sometimes I'll do 3, depending on the month. We're doing 3 this month for our authors. And so you have access to me for 3 months in the Complete Author Program where you can get your questions answered. All right, we're going back to our presentation. And then at the end, I'm going to go back to this presentation. I'm going to come back and answer more questions as well. Okay, so this is where we left off. And as you know, 95%, actually, this is where we left off. All right, so anyone can do this. Anyone can do this. I absolutely believe anyone can do it. You just have to have the desire. I'll show you the way. We'll take you by the hand. We've got programs, the Complete Author Program. We have skipping levels. We've got a number of different programs where I can show you how you can create the success that you desire to create. But if you look at what do all the richest authors in the world have in common? I mean, the answer to this is probably pretty easy to answer. They had a desire, they had a passion, whether it was a passion for writing or a passion for sharing or just a passion for being an author, but they followed through. They did something about it. They didn't just sit on their bum and close their eyes and wish for things to happen. Maybe that was part of it, but they got out there and they made it happen. We heard Mick share his story. He made it happen. I've been sharing my story, different examples, different things, different books, different things I've created. None of it would have happened if I hadn't moved into action or learned what was essential. And that's why I create the programs. I want to shave off perhaps years of your time. I want you to get over yourself. I want you to create the paradigms that are going to put you on the trajectory for success forever. Not just for a short period of time, but forever, where your results can continue to get better and better and better. And we started this session talking about what's possible. What's possible for you? Any of it's possible for you. Anyone can do what others have done. Think about E.L. Gray, who wrote 50 Shades of Gray. This woman is in the Guinness Book of World Records for earning the most number of millions of dollars in a very short period of time. $95 million in her first year of being an author. And she was highly criticized for her writing. But do you think she's sitting there with her 95 million earnings from her first year going, feeling bad about a bad review? Heck no. Absolutely. Or maybe she was, I don't know, but she probably got over it. She probably got over it real fast. But now, when we think about, when I told you that 20 years ago, I decided to become an author and made a decision to be a successful author, not just any author, a successful author, New York Times bestselling author, an author who's making a positive contribution to the lives of millions, an author who is earning millions of dollars. And it was possible then and even more possible now because of how people are used to buying online. It's natural to buy online. It's natural to learn online. And so it's the digital age we're in right now. It's never been easier than it is right now. But I'll tell you this, if you don't get the proper instruction and if you don't do it right, you end up spinning your wheels. And that is not a fun place to be. You want to understand what's required. And really all you need is a laptop. You need a laptop or a tablet. Laptop's probably better, but we don't need anything more than that. There are people out there that can do things for you. You can find people on Fiverr, Fiverr.com, that can do things for you relatively inexpensively. I mentioned earlier, you can get book covers designed for as little as $100. It doesn't have to cost lots of money to do this, to create success. You can take a step at a time and then another step and then another step and another step. Or you can do what I've done on a number of occasions, create a course first. Earn money from the course. I mentioned that Brian Proctor and I did that with Darn Easy. I've done that with many programs. The 8 Proven Secrets of Smart Success was a course first, generated tens of thousands of dollars in revenue, and then took the content from the course and made it into a book. So there's a lot of different ways that you can go about this. And just think now, as of the end of 2020, we had 4.17 billion internet users online. Think about just if a small percentage bought your book, what that could mean or possibly mean to you or mean to the world. Absolutely. And then we get into the bestseller project plan checklist. This is one of the documents that's included in the Complete Author Program, walking you through the steps that need to be done and are encouraged to implement if you're looking to be and own that status of a best-selling author. We're not talking about building rocket ships or sending them to the moon. We're talking about simple understandings, proven marketing strategies that absolutely work, and they work for anyone. This is how I made my book, Your Destiny Switch, a New York Times bestseller, how I made it the #2 book in the world. My goal was #1. I didn't get to #1. I didn't accomplish that part of the goal. I was right behind another book called Harry Potter. Not a bad place to be, right? Not a bad place to be. Second place right after Harry Potter. But that's what I accomplished by implementing what I'm teaching you. And when you create the bestseller status for yourself, you own it forever. It's like Ella James said in her song, they can't take that away from you. You earn it, and it's a credibility builder. It causes people to pay attention, to take note. because if that's who you are, no telling what else you can create. Here's some other examples of other authors that have generated significant revenue from their books. Carol Abramson was a consultant. She gave away a copy of her book, just gave away 100 copies, but generated $2 million in contracts with her clients. It was a business book. Elle Newmark wrote a fiction novel, took my program, made it a bestseller, got the attention of publishers, and received an advance 2 weeks after she launched her book for $2.4 million. These are unusual circumstances, but possible circumstances. David Ricklin, who's a good friend of mine, I helped him launch his first ebook. It sold it as an ebook for $27. Launched it, sold 6,828 copies. Now, what does it cost to print an ebook? Nothing. What does it cost to ship an ebook? Nothing. Very profitable endeavor to do that with ebooks, and anybody can do it. Here's Karen. She lives here in Ottawa, Karen Allen. She was a single mom when I met her, struggling, had just gone through a divorce or a separation. And I told her, I said, Karen, you can become a millionaire if that's what you want. She told me that's what she wants. And she sent me this note last year telling me that's what she's done. She's become a millionaire by following through. But when you think about what does it really mean to you to manifest these kinds of results, it means manifesting your best life, where you get up every day doing work that you just love, where you're not dragging your butt out of bed, where you're not feeling like, oh, I gotta go to work today. You're loving it. It's enjoyable. It's fulfilling. You're helping others, whether you're helping them by entertaining them, engaging them, or educating them, or maybe both. That's what Stella and the Timekeepers does. It does both. It's fascinating the way Mick put that together. Where did it come from? His imagination. And he's manifested an amazing life. I've manifested an amazing life. Vladdy's manifested an amazing life, and you can too. And what about getting your book made into a movie? Robert Pascuzzi came to me as a private mentoring client a number of years ago. I remember him showing up at my door. He lives in Kansas City. I live in Ottawa, and he flew here to work with me. And he said, I want to write this book called The Ravine. It's based on a true story. That's what it's inspired by. And last year, was it last year? No, it must have been the year before. My husband and I were in New Orleans where they were filming The Ravine. The movie is done. The movie is now coming out to the world, and based on a gentleman that went through an experience and something that he desired to bring this message to the world. It's a message about forgiveness. I would really say that to sum it up. And so that is a book that's out there. Savvy Wisdom is being made into a movie. The screenplay is being written right now. It's in many of the big studios right now. Phil Goldfein has partnered up. He loves the book. He partnered up with me, just like he did with Mick. And now that book's being made into a movie. And that's the vision that I see for myself. But you might be thinking, well, what about the chaos and the external events outside your control? Are we talking about a pandemic? Are we talking about COVID? I launched 2 books within the last year. 2 books, made them international bestsellers. I believe what COVID has done for many people, and there's a blessing in everything, right? More people are at home, more people are online. It's created an opportunity, an even greater opportunity. People that were doing business before, if they were doing business where it required people to be in front of them, had to change their business model. And those that switched quick, those that got on board are now reaping the rewards because they moved into action, even if they didn't know how they were going to do it. I have friends of mine that were in the business of teaching people how to speak effectively, and all of their business was in front of people. They had to have people, they were on stage, they traveled the world. That completely changed for them. But they switched to an online model, a different revenue model. You just have to be ready to adjust and switch. But the internet's not going away anytime soon. And as I said, I launched a couple books just within the last year, Demand Principle and Savvy Wisdom, and made them both international bestsellers. And as a result of the book, created a course as well. And a number of my clients have gone on to create phenomenal success just from setting an intention, by having the desire. Deborah Sky King was a client of mine, and I was mentoring her, and she was looking to generate some new revenue, and she already had a book. And I said, look, you could repurpose some of the materials that you've already created with your book and create other income streams. And she did that. And within a very short period of time, she launched a new offering and generated $113,927. She sent this message to me. And I asked her, I said, could I use this to share with others? She said, sure. She said, I'm forever grateful for you, your love, heartfelt passion for helping others share their gifts with the world. But she took the action. I didn't do it for her. I guided her, sure, but she implemented. And so you must be implementing. Jennifer McLean, she started a whole series of interviews called Healing with the Masters after she launched her book. You see, I teach people how to market online, whether it's a book, whether it's a program, whether it's your coaching, whatever it is. And she decided to take an idea that she'd been inspired by and creating a healing summit, and generated 7 figures in revenue by doing interviews of other people promoting other people's programs. She didn't even create a program, and getting other people to promote it. There's so many ways that you can get great results. Nancy Tillman, another one of my graduates from my Complete Author program, wrote a children's book. When I met her, she had sold around 40,000 copies after she took the course and started implementing. And one day I was chatting with Nancy on the phone, and I asked her, I said, at this point, how many books have you shipped? And she was a self-published author like me, and she had shipped around 42,000 books. And I was like, whoa, that's significant. And I said, have you ever thought about getting a publisher for that? Would you like a publisher? Now we're going back to probably around 2005 or 6, somewhere around there. She said, yeah. I introduced her to my agent. By the way, my agent is retired. I'm not introducing anyone else to her. And she got an advance of 250,000. And last year, my agent, who's retired, sent me an email and said, do you realize that Nancy has already sold over 5 million copies of her book? Now, you may be familiar with her book. It's called On the Night You Were Born. She's been on the New York Times bestseller list. It was just the beginning for her, but she invested in herself. She studied, and look what she's accomplished. Marie Forleo, you may be familiar with her and her name. She was a client of mine. She took my program, learned how to market online. She had a book at first. Then she thought, I want to coach people. I want to coach women. And she's gone on to create a multi-million-dollar revenue producing business, earning multiple millions of dollars from one idea. Or as Bob Proctor says, you could use your book as a lead generator to build your business. You could use it to build your coaching business if that's something that you desire. Bob created his book back in 1984, You Were Born Rich. And he says this, he says, today, it's his #1 lead generator and relationship starter. He's still giving the book away, runs ads on social media, gives it away on his website because it contributes to the success of his business. All right. So how can we serve you beyond here? We're about 15 minutes away from finishing up. We've got a number of different ways. And if you'd love to meet with either Vladdy or Mick, I know Roddy's been putting the link in there. You can meet with them. They can help you. If you're not sure, the Complete Author program is definitely a program I believe every author should get into. But you can also create a coaching business. We created something called Destiny Coaches, where we teach you how to offer we created a program called the Destiny Key, also the Money Marathon. I mentioned that. And if you're a graduate from the Complete Author program, you can also coach other authors, because there's so many people that want to write a book. They don't know where to start. They don't know where to begin. They don't know what to do first. And so you can coach them. Ursula is a graduate of the Complete Author program. She's also a Destiny coach. She wrote a book. She brought her book out to the world. She self-published a book. She made it an international bestseller. Laura Lee, there she is. Laura Lee is a Destiny coach. I see the backgrounds now starting to come up on the screen there. Let's see here. We've got a number of folks that are Destiny coaches that are here right now. And if you've ever thought of being a coach, and if you have a desire to help people, well, we can show you how you can do it. We can have you join our Destiny Coaches program. There, the links are right there on the right-hand side of the screen. Okay, so what I encourage you to do is to take some action today. Definitely take a look at what we have to offer. We've been together here for almost 4 hours. We've covered a lot of great materials, great ideas. It really is the beginning. There's so much more that you can produce, and we're already ready. We've been doing this for a long time. I've been in business now for almost 27 years, 26 years. I've been in business. I've been online since 1995. I feel like a dinosaur in some ways. It's been a long time I've been doing this. I am an author of 19 books, helped many great authors create success with their books. I know I can help you if that's your desire. You chose to be here. If you're looking to skip levels in your life, we have a program called Skipping Levels where we can show you how to experience quantum leaps. It's a 6-month program. Thank you, Sarah. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Invaluable session. She says another invaluable session. We're grateful for you too. And of course, Sarah has decided to be a Destiny coach as well. So definitely make sure you check it out. Check out the links that Roddy is putting in the right-hand side. And if you just want to have a conversation with Mick or Vladdy, they're very happy to meet with you. No prerequisite, just schedule a call with them. They'd love to meet with you so that they can give you more information, help you understand what's the best fit for you. Now, I understand we have a couple more questions that have just come in. I want to address those, and then we're going to call it a wrap. Okay, so Denise says this, or as asking this, seems in order to self-publish, you have to offer bonuses to get people to buy. If you're a new author with your book, what type of bonuses do you offer? Okay, it doesn't matter if you're self-published or published. I want everyone to understand that. What I teach is for any author, any book, anyone that wants to sell a book out there in the world, okay? You don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything. I suggest you do these things. And the reason why I suggest that you do these things is because it's going to produce better results for you. I've seen authors launch their book and not do a special offer. Do they get results? Sure, but not like you'll get when you incent people to make an immediate buying decision. That's what a special offer is. Now, and it doesn't matter, like if you're saying that you're a new author, you don't have anything to offer, understand you're in your way. I was a new author once, and I understood how this works. And so when I launched on Being the Creator of Your Destiny, by the way, I teach this, how to come up with ideas for bonuses. I teach it in the Complete Author program. But when I put together this book, I just started to think, what could I offer that would be valuable to the buyers? That's how you address it. You could create a recording, which I could do with my phone, or I could do with my computer, why I wrote the book. A lot of people, a lot of readers want to know why the author wrote the book. Now, if your book is Savvy Wisdom is a parable, it's a fiction book, but there's a lot of lessons in it. So Bob and I did a wisdom event talking about the wisdom, the ideas behind the best ideas that were shared in Savvy Wisdom. We just did it like a dialogue, like him and I having a conversation. What you could also do is interview other people, other experts, other authors. People love to be interviewed, and have that become a part of the book. When I launched this book, Be a Dog with a Bone, what I did was I contacted a number of individuals and I asked them if I could do a very short 5-minute interview. And I asked them one question. And the one question, I captured their answer. I called them little vignettes, like little short, sound bites almost. And I asked them this question: how has being persistent or being determined helped you with your success? And I'd ask them one question, they'd answer. And I think I had 35 people. Getting people to interview, easy peasy, 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 just like getting endorsements. People love to be interviewed. And so that's what I asked, how has that helped you? How has you being a dog with a bone helped you with your life, helped you with success, helped you with your business, helped you with whatever has helped you? People love to talk about themselves. And so what was great about that, it was valuable content and great bonus gifts that they can't get anywhere else. They can't get it anywhere else except there. Like if you're ever walking through a mall, I haven't been in a mall in about 1.5 years now because of COVID, but if you're ever walking through a mall, let's say you go to the mall and you went there to pick up a birthday card and you happen to be going through the mall and all of a sudden you glance over to the right and you see there's the Jean Machine store and they're offering buy a pair of jeans today and you get a second pair for free. You didn't go to the mall to buy jeans. You went to the mall to buy a birthday card, but it caught your attention. Why? It's a deal. People love deals. They love getting more value than what they pay. It's like nature. It's like we're like that. We're wired that way. We want the deals. You know, we all want the discounts and we want the deals and we want to get great value. And that's why you think like marketers think that way. How can I get like the investment for you to get into any of our programs? I firmly believe with every ounce of my being, that investment will be returned to you multiplied. Why? Because of the results that I've accomplished, because of the results of my clients, graduates, people that I've been blessed to work with. I know it works, or I wouldn't be here spewing these words out to you today. I wouldn't be doing these webinars. I know it works. And so it's a tiny fraction of what you're going to get in value. And I do know this, if you do nothing today, it's not that nothing will change. If you do nothing, things will get worse. They will. And the time's going to go anyways. The clock's still going to tick. It ticked for the last 4 hours while we're around here. It kept going. It keeps going. So when would now be a great time to invest in your phenomenal future? Don't you love that question? What would now? Like now, I mean, we're passionate about this. We're all passionate about this because we know about the impact, what it can do for you. And even if you're feeling scared, Vladdy was, I was, Roddy was, right? Even if you're feeling scared, go for it anyway. A book that I read back in the 80s is a book that I have on my bookshelf here by Susan Jeffers. And the book is called Feel the Fear and Go for It Anyway. Why? Because it's on the other side of fear where the rewards are. It's the other side of fear where you're going to reap these benefits. We're going to be living your amazing life, your abundant life, if that's what you want. But you have to make the decision. You have to move in that direction, and you got to take action. You got to take action. I think that's one of the reasons why Bob Proctor likes me and why we associate so well. He's an action taker. He gets an idea and bam, he's in action. So am I. I don't wait for it to be perfect. I know there's paradigms there, but I know what they are. I know they're trying to hold me back, and I just shut them down because I have no room. There's no room at the inn, right? No vacancy here for negativity. It's destructive. It's going to kill dreams. It's going to destroy results. It's going to hold you back. And I know that's not what you want. I know it, or you wouldn't have signed up to join us here today. So I want to encourage all of you to take some action today, to really follow through. And you know what? You may be thinking, I don't have the money. If you think you don't have the money, you won't have the money. Here's what's required. You make the decision, you're going to do it. You'll find the money. You'll attract the money. The money's going to come. I remember Bob Proctor saying this. He said, just look around your home at stuff you have in your home. You didn't need it all, but you wanted it. You did. You wanted it. So what did you do? You bought it anyway. You found the money. Like when the idea popped in my consciousness to purchase a home in Florida, I didn't have the money sitting in my bank account. I was just out for a walk one day with my husband and I see a for sale sign. Oh, that was May 2007. It was May 2007. And my husband and I, no, it was 2008. It was May 2008. My husband and I had taken my mother on a trip. So in February 2008, my mother was diagnosed with lung cancer. And she had had different types of cancer before that. She had ovarian cancer, she had breast cancer, she had had some heart attacks. I mean, her health wasn't the best. And so she'd been diagnosed with February, she was 77 at the time. And she'd been diagnosed with lung cancer. And the doctor said, there's nothing we can do. It's too far advanced. And we knew something was wrong with her for quite a while because she was losing weight and losing weight and losing weight. And she wasn't feeling well. And that's how they discovered what her diagnosis was. So the doctor said, well, maybe we could do chemo, but it's not going to cure you, may lengthen your life. And she said, no. She said no to the chemo because my brother died of cancer and my brother went through chemo and it just knocked him off his feet. I mean, he was so sick. in the last part of his life. We watched him literally frail away or fade away till he was just this frail being. Now, my brother was a big man. He was over 6 feet tall and he was 240 pounds. And by the time he passed away, he was about 100 pounds. And he's just a little itty bitty thing. And so my mother watched my brother fade away like that because of chemo. And she just said, no, I'm not doing that. And so she asked the doctor, how much time do I have? What do you estimate? And he said 6 months, maybe. And can you imagine you have 6 months to live? You get that kind of prognosis. She was sad. She was upset. And I remember walking to the parking lot and we were out in the parking lot. She was crying because she knew that this was it. And I said to her, what do you want to do? What's on your bucket list? And that movie, The Bucket List, had just been out with Morgan Freeman and Mickelson. Oh, no, not Mickelson. What's his name? The other actor there. And so that movie had just been released, Bucket List. So that common, yeah, Jack Nicholson, thank you. That idea of creating bucket lists was very popular at that time. And she said, I want to go to Florida because my parents used to live in Florida. My brother used to build homes in Florida. So she's like, I want to go back to Florida and visit with my friends. I said, okay, I'm going to make that happen. I booked first class tickets. I booked a home for us to go and rent in the neighborhood where she used to live. It was on a golf course, beautiful area. And we went down there. And so one afternoon, my mom's napping. We go for a walk. We happen to walk by this house with a for sale sign. I stop in my tracks. My husband's just in front of me. Were we even married at that time? We just got married. We had not been married very long. And so I stop in my tracks. He's like, what are you doing? And I said, well, there's a house for sale. And he's like, so what? I said, well, let's check it out. What for? And I said, it's for sale. And he's like, yeah. And I said, well, wouldn't it be nice to have a house down here in Florida? He goes, yeah, I guess so. And so, anyways, I said, let's call the agent. And he's like, oh my God. I mean, he's rolling his eyes back in his head, right? And so we called the real estate agent. He comes to the house. I decided to buy that house. I decided I wanted it. I didn't have the money in the bank. It wasn't a cheap house. We're not talking about a little amount of money here. It was a significant amount of money. But I do know this. I know how it works with manifesting. You decide what you want. You fully embrace it as if it's already yours. I knew I could manifest it. I'd manifested things before. So I made a decision. It was May 16th. I purchased the home. I gave myself 2 months to figure out where the money was going to come from because I knew it was out there. We live in an abundant world. It's a philosophy that I've come to know and believe in my heart. 2 months later, I bought that house, paid for it with cash, paid for it in full because I understand what's required to launch online. I know that you will be compensated when you're serving others, just like our destiny coaches are, and when you learn how to effectively market. That's how you make it happen. You've got to take action. You've got to invest in yourself. I bought that home. That's not the only thing I've manifested, but these things and more you can create in your life. There's no limit, just like the way we started our webinar today. So I want to thank you guys. I want to just bring Mick, Roddy, and Vladdy back into our spotlight to just say our final words to wish you great success in the achievement of anything that you set for yourself. Personally, I'm grateful to be here with you. I'm so delighted that you showed up here today, that you made a decision, that you do want to take your life to the next level. And now you can move into action. All right, I want to thank you. Roddy, did you want to say anything to everyone before we wrap things up?
Thank you to everybody. Most importantly, thank you to yourself as well, Peggy. It was absolutely incredible. You kept going for 4 hours straight there and you didn't seem to lose your energy or quality at any point in time. So thank you. It was really incredible. Took so much. Notepads full as always.
That's awesome, Roddy. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you. I just found the clock was just whipping by as we were
Absolutely agree.
Today. And how about you, Mick?
Oh, Peggy.
You're so sweet.
Oh, no, I thought this was so wonderful. It's such a great reminder. And all of you that are out there, and I keep seeing faces of people that I've had one-on-one calls with, and then we've continued this relationship. That's what this is about, showing up. 90% of everything is showing up. How much is your dream worth to you? Show up for it and prove it. Stop messing around. Just do it. And you're not going to do it yourself. If Serena Williams needs a coach, I don't know if you've ever heard of her. She's some kind of tennis player, I think. Or, I mean, think of every great individual. They're always getting assistance. So what this does for me, being part of this team, is that I get to be around Peggy and Roddy and Vladdy all the time. And that's the key, is to be in this material all the time. So thank you for the opportunity. But all of you understand, Peggy always shows up early. You're muted, Peggy.
This is going to work a whole lot better.
There you are.
I thought maybe you could read my lips. Thank you, Mick. Vladdy?
Thank you, Peggy. Thank you, Roddy and Mick, and all the beautiful souls here. I would say, think how many people around you can impact. I see my kids and they're telling at school, my mommy wrote a real book with a real publisher, So it's kind of nice to give a boost to your people around. And I'll just read my quote as the last thing to say to you all. And it's Brian Tracy who said this: set the goal for who it will make you. So set the goal for who it will make you and become it. And thank you for coming. Really love this team and love living in a thriving environment with the like-minded people. I mean, you cannot get any better with being with people like this. And just living the dream together. So it's nice.
I love that. Thank you. Thank you, Vladdy. I love that. And, Vladdy mentioned that quote by Brian Tracy. It reminded me of, the benefit, the biggest benefit for doing all this, accomplishing these things, is not for what you get, it's for who you become. It really is the biggest benefit to all of it. So we wish all of you success. We're here for you. We know, we believe in you. And we look forward to seeing you again at another future event. So on behalf of the Dynamic Destinies team, we'll see you guys again real soon. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a wonderful day. Okay, bye-bye for now.